Chapter 1591. Noticing the small golden person in his eyes, Zhao Min was startled. It must be known that Murong Jingyue, who had learned the divine blade chop, was in high spirits. In the end, when Song Qingshu used this move, his soul was destroyed. She wanted to close her eyes, but soon Zhao Min realized that he would not harm her. She immediately opened her eyes and looked at him, completely letting down her guard. Song Qingshu's eyes were as bright as gold. He could clearly sense Zhao Min's weak soul, but he didn't attack her soul. Instead, he used his Zhen Qi to slowly explore the abnormality in her mind. Finally, the heavens didn't disappoint those who tried. He found the location of the insect corpse. The cadaveric bug seemed to feel the danger and showed signs of breaking out of its shell. However, under the pressure of Song Qingshu's powerful divine sense, the cadaveric bug shivered as soon as it showed its head. It hid there and dared not move. Song Qingshu would not be polite to it. The sword qi condensed by his divine sense attacked it directly. The cadaveric bug saw that it could not escape and was about to fight to the death. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the sword qi as soon as it showed its head. All right. Song Qingshu slowly withdrew his genuine qi and withdrew from her body. He thought that although there was no therapy like the Gamma Blade in this era, he could achieve the same effect with the help of Sword 23. Zhao Min smiled. When she was about to say something, her face suddenly changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Noticing her pale face, Song Qingshu stroked her hair and comforted her. Don't worry. It's just the remains of the cadaveric bug and some extravasated blood. Zhao Min subconsciously looked over and saw some thin legs on the ground. When she thought about the insect corpse in her head, she couldn't help but turn pale. All right, it's all over. You don't have to worry about the poison anymore. Song Qingshu held her in his arms and comforted her. Thank you. Zhao Min raised her head and kissed him on the cheek. I've decided. I can grant you one wish. Tisk, Song Qingshu was unmoved. Back then you also said that you would grant me my wish. Although you saved me that time, you also caused me to be poisoned by the 3-corpse divine pill. I still haven't settled this debt with you, and you still have the nerve to mention that matter. Zhao Min wrinkled her nose and snorted. Fine. Anyway, you women like to go back on your word, Song Qingshu said gloomily. It's different this time. I'm very happy right now, so I'll grant you a wish. Zhao Min blinked and blew at her seductively. And this wish is different from ordinary wishes. I can fulfill any condition of yours. Any conditions? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and all kinds of beautiful images appeared in his mind. Are you serious? Of course not, Zhao Min snorted. I can tell from your expression that you're up to no good. So, it depends on my mood. If I'm happy, I'll agree to your request no matter how difficult it is. If I'm not happy, I won't even bother to do it. Song Qingshu's happy look instantly turned into depression. Well, it's better than nothing. Don't be like this. How about I compensate you now? Zhao Min put her arms around his neck, and her eyes seemed to be dripping water. Just now, in order to force the poison out, she didn't dare to do anything. However, the contact between the two of them made her feel a little uncomfortable. In addition, she thought that the poison had been cured, and he would most likely leave soon, so she couldn't help but be a little infatuated. Song Qingshu's eyes brightened. He picked her up and said, We're all sweaty just now. Let's have a bath together, ha ha ha. After some time, Zhao Min was already exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Song Qingshu tenderly covered her with a quilt. Unlike her, because he practiced the mandala dhyana, he was more energetic after the bath. He couldn't fall asleep for a while, so he decided to go out for a walk. When he came out of the room, it was already nightfall. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, and then walked to concubine Hui's bedroom. Now that the poison in Zhao Min had been cured, the situation in Liao had gradually stabilized, and the Song dynasty's expedition to the north was imminent. He was afraid that he would have to leave soon. Before that, there were some things that needed to be arranged, such as Shunbijuan. Although Song Qinshu was full of sympathy for the crown princess of the Song dynasty, he couldn't let her go now. After all, she was a very useful card, and it would be perfect to use her at the right time. However, he had to tell her in advance if he wanted to keep her in the palace. Otherwise, who knew if she would do something stupid in desperation? Now, it was naturally not convenient for Song Qinshu to appear in front of her with Yelu Hongji's appearance. He found a room, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and went to concubine Hui's bedroom. At this time, Shun Bijuan was sitting by the window, staring at the southern night sky in a daze. This period of time could be said to be a nightmare for her. First, she fell from the high and mighty crown princess to a prisoner, and then she learned that the Shun family had been exterminated. In order to take revenge, she had to enter the palace and submit to the Emperor of Liao. She had finally waited for Zhao Wei to come and save her, but not long after, he was caught up in the storm of having an affair with the Empress. Now it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. But there had been no news for so long, it was likely that he had met with misfortune. Especially Xiao Shima and Yelu Isin, who had introduced her to the palace. They had just been caught in the case of rebellion. She didn't even have the hope of using the emperor's favor to take revenge for the Shin family. Even the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace were cold and did not serve her with all their heart. Thinking of the darkness in the future, Shin Bijuan couldn't help but silently cry. At this time, 2 muffled grunts came from outside the palace as if someone had fallen. Shin Bijuan had been extremely sensitive during this time. Although the sound was soft, she still heard it. She couldn't help but turn around. "Who is it?" The door was pushed open and a heavy footstep approached. Unfortunately, because of the darkness, Shin Bijuan could not see the other's appearance. She unconsciously took a few steps back and grabbed a vase from the table to hold it in front of her as if it would give her some sense of security. "Who are you? If you don't speak, I'll scream." In reality, her first reaction was to scream for help, but she was in a state where death was better than life. Her heart was filled with a trace of hope that this person was here to save her. It would be even better if it was Zhao Wei, so she hesitated. "Humph!" The person in the darkness gave a heavy snort. Shin Bijuan instantly felt her chest tighten and her vision blur. She immediately understood that this person was an enemy and not a friend. This was a very high level of internal energy. It had injured her the moment they met. A tall old man walked out of the shadows. He looked her up and down and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of an outstanding beauty. No wonder you have the Dog Emperor's favor. Chapter 1592. "I'll borrow you for a while," the burly old man said lightly. Shin Bijuan's face paled when she heard this. She bit her lip and shouted, "Shameless!" The burly old man was startled. Only now did he realize that his words had caused the other party to misunderstand. However, he clearly had no interest in explaining and directly pressed towards her. "Obediently cooperate with this old man and you won't suffer any physical pain. Dream on." As a woman, especially one who was born to be a source of calamity, Shin Bijuan was naturally very sensitive to such matters. She subconsciously thought of that, especially when she thought about how the innocence she had fought so hard to protect was going to be lost to this old man. She felt so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Rather than being harmed by this old man, it was better to give it to Zhao Wei. At this time, Zhao Wei's appearance suddenly appeared in Shin Bijuan's mind. For some reason, she felt a special sense of closeness towards Zhao Wei. Perhaps it was because he had helped her when she needed it the most, or perhaps it was because he was the person her father had entrusted to her before he died. Unfortunately, he had been sent to the service room. Shin Bijuan's face turned red. She didn't know why she still had the time to think about these random things at a time like this. Seeing the approaching old man, Shin Bijuan's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of determination. She gathered all the strength in her body and slammed into a nearby pillar. At this time, she had already given up on the idea of revenge. After all, with the fall of Yelu Isin and Xiao Shima, it was inevitable that she would fall out of favor. If she was humiliated by this old man, she had her own pride. She was the eldest young lady of the Shen family, a famous, beautiful, and talented woman, and the crown princess of the empire. She could endure humiliation in order to take revenge, but in a situation where there was no hope of revenge, she could not sell her innocence in order to live. She believed that when she met her parents and the ancestors of the Shen family in the underworld, they wouldn't blame her. She had already tried her best. After making this decision, she suddenly relaxed. She had been tense all this time. How many days had it been since she had had a good night's sleep? From now on, she should be able to sleep well. However, the pain she imagined did not come. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. She subconsciously looked up and saw a man looking down at her. Even though he was wearing a mask, she could tell from his hair and eyes that he was a relatively young man. Feeling the masculine aura around him, Shin Bijuan's face turned red. Even though she was in a life-and-death situation, her many years of education had been deeply ingrained into her bones. Just as she was about to push him away, she heard him say, "What's the matter that makes you so depressed?" "It's you." Shin Bijuan's eyes instantly blurred because she recognized the other party's voice. It was Zhao Wei, whom she had been relying on and worrying about all this time. "Who are you?" The elder frowned and stopped. He didn't continue forward. He had been planning to stop Shin Bijuan when he saw that she was about to commit suicide, but someone had been faster than him. It was so fast that he didn't even know how that person had appeared. How could he not be on guard? Who I am isn't important. On the other hand, you're someone who has been famous for a long time, yet you're bullying a weak little girl. Aren't you ashamed? The person who had come was naturally Song Qingshu. He had just arrived when he saw Shin Bijuan hit the pillar and had hurriedly tried to save her. He naturally didn't have a good impression of the culprit. He had recognized this tall and sturdy old man from the very beginning. It was Xiao Feng's father, Xiao Yuanshan. Previously, he had been the inspector of the imperial palace, but in the end, Yelu Isin had used Xiao Zhonghui and Yuan Qingji's affair as a pretext and had no choice but to admit his mistake and resign. After Xiao Feng had been imprisoned, Yelu Hongji had been worried that Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts would be a disaster. At the same time, he had sent people to capture him, but unfortunately, he had escaped and disappeared without a trace. There had been one attempt to break into the prison to save Xiao Feng, but Yelu Hongji had already made preparations. Not only had he sent a large number of soldiers to guard the prison, but he had also arranged for many experts, so he had returned without success. Of course, with Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts, it would have been difficult for those people to stop him. Those who want to achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Reputation is nothing to this old man. Xiao Yuanshan stared at Shin Bijuan in his arms. This old man needs to use her to exchange for someone else. I won't harm her. With his usual personality, he wouldn't have bothered to explain so much. However, he had been startled by the other party's movement technique just now and felt a bit of fear. He had no choice but to use a negotiating tone to communicate with the other party. Exchange. Song Qingshu was startled at first, but then he immediately realized that the other party was most likely planning on using Shin Bijuan as a hostage to exchange for Xiao Feng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of one of the two famous scammers in the demigods and semi-devils, it had to be known that Shin Bijuan had been sent to the palace by Yelu Isin's people. Now that Yelu Isin had fallen from power, it was almost inevitable that she would fall out of favor. In the end, Xiao Yuanshan wanted to use someone who was destined to be thrown into the cold palace to exchange for the king of the southern courtyard? Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? But Song Qingshu had really misunderstood him. When Xiao Yuanshan had been the inspector of the palace, He knew that the new Hui Fei was a beauty that could topple cities and could rival the Empress. Even though the fall of Yelu Isin had caused her to lose her support, her most useful beauty was still there. Yelu Hongji was also a lecher. No man would be willing to give up such a beauty that was a disaster. So he could use her to gamble. In any case, it didn't matter if he lost the gamble, he wouldn't lose anything. Xiao Yuanshan had no other choice but to use this plan. Last time he had broken into the prison, he had alerted the enemy. Right now, the place where Xiao Feng was being held was like an iron wall. Not even a fly could fly in. It was impossible for him to directly rescue Xiao Feng, so he could only place his thoughts on Shen Bijuan. If Song Qingshu knew his true thoughts, he would probably still mock him. He was really so childish at his age. For the emperor, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was still a woman. Xiao Feng was an existence that could affect his safety and the throne. How could he release a tiger back into the mountains for a woman? Not to mention the emperor who had been educated in the ways of the emperor since he was young. Any official who had been in politics for a few years would make this choice without hesitation. She is mine, how could I give her to you? Song Qingshu grabbed Shen Bijuan's slender waist and rejected Xiao Yuanshan without hesitation. Hearing the other say that she was his person, Shen Bijuan's face instantly turned red. She thought, how could he say something like that? If it got out, her reputation. But she quickly reacted. At her current level, she didn't have the qualifications to think about things like reputation. Looking at the tall figure of the man in front of her, she suddenly felt a sense of security she had never felt before. This seems not bad. Being mercilessly rejected, Xiao Yuanshan's face instantly darkened and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although his opponent's qigong was high, his martial arts might not be high. Moreover, looking at all the experts in the world, there were not many that Xiao Yuanshan feared. As soon as he finished speaking, a long black whip instantly appeared in his hand. It covered the distance of several dozen feet in an instant and enveloped Shen Bijuan's body. Clearly, he planned on taking her by surprise. In Shen Bijuan's eyes, she couldn't see the whip at all. She could only see a roaring black dragon charging at her. In that instant, she felt her soul tremble. She felt her hands and feet go cold. Her body couldn't even move, let alone dodge. Vajra demon subduing ring? Song Qingshu coldly laughed. He raised his hand and pointed forward. The roaring black dragon instantly collapsed, turning into a small snake that fell to the ground. Xiao Yuanshan's expression changed. The Vajra demon subduing ring was the ultimate technique that he had painstakingly trained for the past few decades in Shaolin. How could it be broken in one move? Just now, the other's finger seemed to have predicted it and pointed at the weakest point of his whip's internal energy conversion. It had to be known that before this, he didn't even realize that there was a flaw in this technique. His martial arts were this high and he was still so young. Xiao Yuanshan's mind flashed and he put away his whip. He cupped his hands and said, "So it's Golden Snake King, it was a misunderstanding. Thanks to all the book friends who have gifted during this period of time. Because the annual meeting had been outside for a week, the double monthly votes this month couldn't be used." Why did the word used sound so sarcastic? Chapter 1593. Song Qingshu was initially on guard against him continuing to attack. After all, Xiao Yuanshan was considered a top master in the world. He was able to break his opponent's attack with one move mainly because he had already jumped out of the limitations of the man in the painting and used the advantage of time and space to attack the opponent's weakest point. If he jumped back into the painting and exchanged moves with him, it would be quite difficult to defeat him. Who knew that the opponent would actually stop after one move, and from the meaning of his words, it seemed that he had recognized him. Song Qingshu frowned. He was still too careless. Although he was wearing a mask, there was probably no one else in the world who had such high martial arts skills and was so young. It seemed that not only did he have to change his face, but he also had to hide his hair and age. Otherwise, he would be recognized wherever he went. It was really a headache. Hearing him call him the Golden Snake King, Shinbijuan's eyes widened and she looked at the man beside her in shock. Her heart was in turmoil. Isn't he Zhao Wei? How did he become the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu? All these years, due to the contributions of the disciples of the Five Lakes sect, Song Qingshu's name had spread all over the world. Although she was in her boudoir, she had naturally heard of the Golden Snake King's name. But that's not right. I saw him and the Golden Snake King appear at the same time. Shinbijuan suddenly thought of the encounter in the Wei Palace and could not help but feel confused. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then took off his mask and cupped his hands at Xiao Yuanshan. Elder Xiao, my identity is sensitive now, and it is not appropriate to reveal it. Please forgive me for not recognizing you just now. Hearing that his voice was no longer Zhao Wei's voice, Shinbijuan's mouth immediately opened wide. You. She was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. Song Qingshu turned back to look at her and smiled gently at her. He did not explain anything here. Shinbijuan's face turned red. She had already recognized that this person was indeed the Song Qingshu that she had seen in the Wei Palace that day. But what was up with Zhao Wei? Speaking of which, when he smiled, he looked quite good. You are the leader of a region. It is indeed inconvenient for you to expose yourself in a foreign country. Xiao Yuanshan nodded to show his understanding. Then, he changed the topic. But why did young master come to the Liao Palace? Previously, they were indebted to him for saving them from the hands of many Shaolin masters, so they were more polite to him. Song Qingshu pointed at Shinbijuan. In the past, her father and I were old friends. Before he died, he asked me to save his daughter. The reason why he said this was to stop Xiao Yuanshan from having any ideas about Shinbijuan. After all, Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts were extremely high, and he couldn't always stay by Shinbijuan's side. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal Shinbijuan's true identity, so he only vaguely said that he was old friends with her father. Hearing this, Shinbijuan no longer had any doubt. The person in front of her was Zhao Wei, and at the same time, Song Qingshu. Thinking that her father was friends with the world-famous Golden Snake King, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. She once again saw hope for revenge for the Shin family. Xiao Yuanshan frowned. It is true that you are loyal to someone's request. But you came to save this woman, but you didn't care about your sworn brother. Haha, I see that this girl is an outstanding beauty, and I feel pity for her. No wonder. His words were just short of saying that he had forgotten his friends after seeing a beauty. Shinbijuan felt extremely awkward. Sometimes she really hated herself for having such a beautiful appearance. Not only did she bring disaster to herself and her family, she had also embarrassed her benefactor. She unconsciously looked apologetically at the man beside her. Song Qingshu was also looking at her. Seeing her turn her head, he smiled and nodded, giving her a look that told her not to worry. This made Shinbijuan blush, and she quickly turned her head away. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, then turned his head to look at Xiao Yuanshan. He knew that the other party was like a wooden club, so he didn't mind the rudeness in his words. Although Big Brother Xiao is in prison, his life is not in danger. This girl is alone in the palace, but there is danger at every step, so I came to save her first. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Xiao Yuanshan couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. You mean that you will go save Feng Er? Song Qingshu nodded. Of course, he is my sworn brother, so of course I will go save him. That's great. With young master taking action, I believe that Feng Er will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Xiao Yuanshan had seen his martial arts, and with his reputation, he instantly felt relieved. My words just now were offensive. I hope young master doesn't take offense. No problem, Senior is just worried about Big Brother Xiao. Song Qingshu smiled. Xiao Yuanshan nodded his head. He was very satisfied with his son's sworn brother. When does young master plan on making a move? Song Qingshu replied. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I still need some time to make some arrangements. Before that, I hope that Senior won't act rashly, otherwise it will be even harder to save him in the future. I know this, I know. Xiao Yuanshan quickly nodded his head. His gaze landed on the beautiful Shen Bijuan beside him, and he revealed a strange smile. Since it's like this old man won't disturb you any longer. I'll go back and wait for young master's news. Goodbye. After saying this, he didn't wait for the other to urge him to stay. He activated his movement technique and disappeared into the night sky. Thinking about Xiao Yuanshan's smile before he left, Shen Bijuan felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by I won't disturb you? It was as if something was going to happen between us. Xiao Yuanshan is a bit muddle-headed. You don't need to take his words to heart. Seeing her uncomfortable appearance, Song Qingshu smiled and comforted her. At the same time, he thought to himself that Liao was really different from before. The imperial palace was like a public toilet. He could come and go as he pleased. It seemed like he had to reorganize the defenses of the imperial palace before he left. Otherwise, it would be unsafe for Zhao Min and Su Quan to stay here. Suddenly, his expression changed. He saw Xiao Yuanshan return with an awkward expression. There's something I forgot to ask. I wonder if young master has seen Azu? Azu. Song Qingshu's heart trembled. That's right. Before I entered the palace, I went back to the southern courtyard palace. I heard from her personal maid that she came to see the emperor. In the end, it was already so late and she still hasn't returned. I was worried, so I came to the palace to find her. I also planned to take Consort Hui as a hostage. Xiao Yuanshan explained. He was worried about the safety or innocence of his daughter-in-law. After all, Yelu Hongji was famous for being lecherous. Song Qingshu had a strange expression. He thought to himself, I've not only seen her, I've seen her inside and out. But of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, if Xiao Yuanshan heard about what happened to his daughter-in-law, wouldn't he explode and fight him to the death? When I passed by a palace, I saw someone who looked like her. I thought I saw wrongly. Plus, I was in a hurry to get here, so I didn't think much about it. Song Qingshu naturally couldn't let Xiao Yuanshan roam around the palace. Firstly, he was afraid that he would discover some secret. Secondly, he was afraid that he would really save Azu. Which palace? Xiao Yuanshan asked anxiously. I'll go with Senior. After all, she's my future sister-in-law. When Song Qingshu said this, the image of the naked body under the candlelight appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but feel guilty. Thank you, young master. Xiao Yuanshan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. In the future, just call me Qingshu. After Song Qingshu finished speaking, he guiltily turned to Shen Bijuan and whispered in her ear, Miss Shen, wait for me here. I'll come back to find you after I finish what I need to do. Chapter 1594. Feeling the hot breath coming from his mouth, Shen Bijuan's ears instantly turned red. She wondered why he was so close to her. Was it on purpose, or was it unintentional? Only when he walked far away did she suddenly realize that he simply did not want Xiao Yuanshan to hear. The other party had intentionally called her Miss Chen in order to make her feel at ease, but her identity obviously couldn't be known by others, so he had moved closer to her ear and said it. Thinking that she had actually worried about such a small matter for so long, she couldn't help but bite her lips, and her entire person became slightly absent-minded. Song Qingshu led Xiao Yuanshan through the imperial palace. One of them had disguised himself as the emperor, while the other was once the leader of the imperial guards. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, they were naturally very familiar with the path and did not alarm any guards. Not long after, Song Qingshu brought Xiao Yuanshan to the side courtyard where Azu was. Actually, he hesitated whether or not to bring him here. Instead of letting Xiao Yuanshan wander around the palace and meet with Azu in private, it was better to bring him here himself. With him watching from the side, Azu would be more obedient. The two of them did not alert the palace maids outside and flipped through the window into the inner courtyard. Azu had experienced such a thing tonight and could be said to be extremely agitated. After being brought here, she could not sleep no matter what, so she just sat by the window in a daze. The person who came in from the window gave her a fright. When she saw Xiao Yuanshan's face, she let out a sigh of relief. "Uncle, why are you here?" Her tone was filled with surprise. After all, she had suffered so much tonight and seeing him was like seeing a family member. From a certain point of view, she had already treated Xiao Yuanshan as her father. "I heard that you entered the palace and saw that you did not come back, so I specially came to find you." Xiao Yuanshan looked her up and down after jumping in. Seeing that her eyes were slightly red, he could not help but frown and ask, "Why are you crying? Did the dog emperor bully you?" Towards the end, his voice carried a trace of killing intent. It was obvious that as long as she nodded, he would kill his way to the emperor's palace to avenge her. Azu was startled. She quickly wiped her face and said, No, I just miss Big Brother Xiao." Naturally, she did not dare to speak of what had just happened. After all, as his daughter-in-law, if he were to learn of it, how could he endure it? Of course, another reason was that Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high. Even if Xiao Yuanshan knew about it, it would be useless. And once this matter was leaked, it would force Song Qingshu to have no choice but to kill. She had always been intelligent, so how could she not see through the danger? Naturally, she would not act like a village woman and complain tearfully to the other party. "Then why are you staying in the palace?" Xiao Yuanshan asked curiously. "The emperor won't let me go and put me under house arrest." After thinking about it, Azu could only explain it this way. Xiao Yuanshan's thick eyebrows rose in anger. "Could it be that Yelu Hongji was tempted by your beauty and had improper thoughts towards you?" "No. Yelu Hongji didn't," Azu quickly explained. At the same time, she secretly thought that she was not lying. The one who bullied her was not Yelu Hongji, but Song Qingshu. "Then I'll save you from the palace now." Xiao Yuanshan stood up and said. He was naturally worried about his daughter-in-law staying in the palace. Who knew what would happen? But, thinking that it was Song Qingshu who asked her to stay here, Azu immediately hesitated. She had reached an agreement with the other party. To be honest, she did not want to leave, but if she refused, she did not know how to explain it to her father-in-law. "You're worried about dragging Feng into this. Don't worry, this time I found a helper. It won't be long before Feng can be saved." Xiao Yuanshan laughed. "Helper?" Azu was startled, revealing a confused expression. "Qingshu, come in." Xiao Yuanshan turned to the side and waved towards the window. Very quickly, a figure flashed in. Song Qingshu bowed to Azu. Song Qingshu greets sister-in-law. He had just told Xiao Yuanshan to stay outside. Xiao Yuanshan thought that at this time, Azu would most likely be asleep. Letting a young man like him enter his daughter-in-law's bedroom was indeed a bit inconvenient, so he did not refuse. He went in first to let Azu prepare. As for Song Qingshu, he purposely did not go in. He wanted to test if Azu would reveal any secrets without him around. Luckily, it turned out that his eyesight was not bad. Azu was not a stupid woman. "It's you." Seeing the appearance of the person who came, Azu's expression instantly changed. Xiao Yuanshan patted Song Qingshu's shoulder without knowing anything. "You didn't expect it, right? With Qingshu's help, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we can still save Feng." Song Qingshu seized the opportunity and said, "Of course, Xiao Dage is my sworn brother and sister-in-law. You have shown kindness to me. It can be said that I am duty-bound to help you." While speaking, he quietly winked at Aju. Thinking back to her encounter in the imperial study, and hearing him call her sister-in-law, Azu instantly felt that the two words were especially piercing. However, she could not say anything. She understood that he was also hinting at her, so she could only cooperate with him and act. Then I really have to thank young master. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she did not say anything. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to save Brother Xiao, she might even harm Uncle. Let's take advantage of the dark to leave this place. Song Qingshu knew Azu's worries, and took the initiative to suggest. Previously, Azu was worried about him. Now that he agreed, she did not hesitate anymore. After all, she did not want to stay in this cold and quiet palace. The two of them brought Azu out under the cover of the night. Along the way, Azu's expression was solemn. She did not know what Song Qingshu was planning. However, no matter how hard she racked her brains, she could not guess what he was thinking. She could only follow behind him with a heavy heart. Seeing that there was only one more palace wall before they could leave, Azu suddenly felt a pain in her ankle. She subconsciously cried out, "Io!" and her entire body involuntarily fell forward. Song Qingshu caught her and revealed a smile that was not a smile. "Why is sister-in-law walking so carelessly?" Seeing his expression, Azu instantly understood who the culprit was. Her teeth itched to the point that she wanted to bite him. The area near the palace wall was the most important part of the palace patrol. Her cry and the sound of her fall had alerted the guards not far away. "Who is it?" A group of patrolling guards quickly ran over. Xiao Yuanshan turned back to look at Azu. Seeing her tightly knitted brows, he knew that her leg was injured and could not walk anymore. At this time, hearing the commotion, the guards from all directions rushed over. They were clear that if they were to be surrounded, they would be in danger. In this world, no matter how strong the martial arts of the martial arts masters were, if they were surrounded by a large army, they would still die. Xiao Yuanshan immediately made a decision. "Qingshu, bring Azu and leave first. I will bring up the rear." Azu's leg was injured, so the three of them's mobility was greatly reduced. If they wanted to escape, they would be caught sooner or later. It was better to split into two, one to bring up the rear and the other to leave with Azu. Because Azu was his future daughter-in-law, it was not good to let Song Qingshu stay behind and take the risk. As for the one to stay behind, without Azu's burden, it would be much easier to escape later. All of this was within Song Qingshu's expectations, so he did not hesitate at all. "Okay, we'll meet in the palace later." After saying that, he grabbed Azu's waist and flew out of the palace. Although in my plan I did not intend to take Azu, but why do I feel that the plot is a little out of control? Let nature take its course. Chapter 1595. What exactly do you want? It was not convenient for Azu to ask in front of Xiao Yuanshan, so the moment they left, she pushed the man beside her away and glared at him. Song Qingshu was just putting on an act when he brought her over the palace walls. They circled around outside before returning to the palace. Now, the two of them were standing in a tall tower in the palace, quietly watching Xiao Yuanshan fall into the heavy encirclement of the palace guards. "I don't want to do anything, it's just that I don't want Xiao Yuanshan to ruin what I'm going to do next." Song Qingshu replied indifferently. Azu's expression changed. "You want to kill him?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "He is after all Big Brother Zhao's father, so why would I kill him? I just want to injure him a little so that he will stop for a while." "You still know that Big Brother Xiao is your sworn brother." Azu angrily pointed at him. Song Qingshu pushed her hand away and said in a very emotional tone, "When one reaches a certain height, one will not be able to act according to one's own preferences. Perhaps you will think that what I said is hypocritical, but this is indeed my true opinion." For the first time, Azu did not say anything because she thought of many things. She thought of how young Master Murong was determined to restore his country. Ever since he could remember, He had no choice but to practice martial arts and recruit heroes. He even had no time to respond to the affection of the outstanding beauty Miss Wang. She thought of how Xiao Feng had been a Han for 30 years, but in the end, he had no choice but to return to the Liao kingdom. She also thought of her biological father, Duan Zhengchun. Although he was a prince and also loved her mother, he could not marry her back to Dali because he needed the support of the Bai tribe behind the princess consort. Azu, you are a very sensible girl. I hope that we can have a good cooperation this time. In 2 years, you can also go with big brother Xiao to herd horses and sheep. Song Qingshu stood by the railing with his hands behind his back. The cold night wind blew his clothes, and at this moment, he seemed to have a kind of detachment from the secular world. I hope you keep your word. Zhu sighed faintly, full of helplessness of accepting her fate. Will something happen to Uncle Xiao? Seeing more and more guards surrounding them, Azu couldn't help but ask worriedly. Don't worry, with Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts, escaping won't be a problem. He'll just suffer some injuries. Song Qingshu continued. All right, let's go. Back to the palace? Azu was expressionless. Back to the southern courtyard's king's mansion. As soon as Song Qingshu finished speaking, Azu's eyes lit up. After all, in her heart, that place had become her home. Following that, Song Qingshu glided down from the tower with Azu. Throughout the entire process, Azu was amazed by his qinggong and even forgot that he was still holding her waist. Returning to the southern courtyard's king's mansion, Song Qingshu didn't enter from the front door. After all, that would be too conspicuous. Originally, ever since Xiao Feng had been imprisoned, the king's mansion had declined and the guards were naturally not as strong as before. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Qingshu had specially transferred a group of soldiers to guard the king's mansion to keep an eye on Azu, this place might have already been visited by many thieves. Sister, you're back? A young girl in purple jumped out to welcome them. When she saw Song Qingshu, the smile on her face became even wider. Mas. Brother Song. Originally, she had planned to call him master, but suddenly realized that calling him that in front of outsiders would cause him trouble, so she changed it at the last minute. In her eyes, only her master was one of them. Sister was naturally an outsider. Back then, Song Qingshu had used soul shift to turn her into his female slave. However, the soul shift technique wasn't that brilliant, so it didn't take long for the effects to disappear. Azi regained her senses as well. At first, she was very angry. After all, she had lost her virginity without even realizing it. However, when she found out how powerful this master of hers was, her anger couldn't help but turn into joy. Growing up in a place like the Sea of Constellations, she admired the strong the most. Not to mention that Song Qingshu was so young and handsome. Especially the longer she stayed in the Central Plains, the more rumors she heard about him. This man who had created so many miracles was like an immortal that had descended into the world. Furthermore, when she heard that he was the dream man of many noble ladies, she felt a strong sense of danger. Thus, she became even more determined to follow him. That was why her current attitude towards Song Qingshu was no less than when she had been soul shift technique. As for Song Qingshu as a man, he naturally enjoyed having a young lady who admired him so much. Although he wasn't too fond of Zi's viciousness, it didn't matter much to him now. Azu, go back to your room and rest first. I have something to say to Zi, Song Qingshu said to Azu. What do you want to do to Zi? Azu guarded her little sister behind her vigilantly, as though the person in front of her was just a big, greedy wolf. Seeing her protective look, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zi, who was behind her, and said, Zi, your older sister asked me what I want to do to you. How should I answer? Zi pushed her older sister's hand away and flashed out from behind her. She replied with a smile, Master can do whatever you want to Zi. Seeing her younger sister's expression, Azu was instantly confused. Although she had previously guessed the relationship between her younger sister and Song Qinshu, it was still very shocking to hear it with her own ears. What was even more shocking was the way her younger sister addressed him. "Why do you call him master?" Azi walked to Song Qinshu and slowly knelt down. She hugged his thigh and said coquettishly, "I am master's female slave. What else should I call him if not master?" Azu was completely stupefied. "Do you know what kind of person he is? Actually, he's not as righteous as he looks. I know what kind of person master is better than you, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Moreover, only a person like this can do anything he wants. He's a true powerhouse." Azi rolled her eyes. She thought that her older sister was really naive and sweet. If master was a righteous man, why would she become his female slave? Do father and mother know about this? Azu couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she saw her younger sister acting as if she had taken drugs. So what if they know? So what if they don't? They've abandoned me since I was born. I've never been indebted to them for raising me. Do you think they can interfere with my affairs? Azi pursed her lips. If it was before, she would still acknowledge Duan Zhengchun as her father because of his status as the Prince of Jinan. But now that her master was also a prince, and a prince of the Central Plains at that, he had 1,000 miles of fertile land and hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. He was far more powerful than a cowardly prince from a remote country who didn't even dare to take a concubine. Naturally, she didn't have to worry so much. "Seriously? I can't be bothered with you." Seeing how stubborn Azi was, Azu stomped her feet and angrily ran back to her room. After she left, Azi crawled up and served him tea. "Master, please have a seat. Do you want Azi to massage your shoulders?" "There's no need." Song Qinshu reached out to stop her. "I came here this time because I have something for you to do." "What is it?" Azi's eyes brightened. Born in the Sea of Constellations, she was more mature than the average woman in certain aspects. She knew that she had to display her value at the right time in order to maintain her position in the long run. Even though she prided herself on her beauty, the people by her master's side were all great beauties. This put a lot of pressure on her. Azi knew that it would be very difficult for her to gain a place in her master's heart with just her beauty alone. She could only rely on other aspects to gain his favor. Now that she heard that he needed her for something, how could she not be happy? Chapter 1596. I need you to pretend to be Azu. Song Qinshu slowly explained his plan. That's so fun. Zi's eyes lit up when she heard that he wanted her to pretend to be Azu and stay by Xiao Feng's side to monitor him. She was a person who craved for the world to be in chaos. She was so bored in Shangjing City that she almost fell sick. Hearing such an interesting thing, she was naturally excited. Fun? Song Qinshu sneered. This matter is very important. You can't mess it up. You and your sister have different personalities. Can you successfully pretend to be her? This was also the point he was most uncertain about. It should be known that Xiao Feng looked rough, but he was very meticulous. If he was not careful, he would find out the flaw. I don't know anything else, but I'm good at deceiving people. Zi raised her chin and said very proudly. Song Qinshu nodded. He didn't doubt this. After all, she was a weak girl. She was able to maintain her innocence in Xingqiu sect, which was surrounded by wolves. She relied on her small mouth to deceive people. When he thought that the old fox Ding Chuanqiu had been tricked away by him, the divine Wood King tripod, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel a little more confident. Go to your sister's place and find a set of clothes to change into. I'll see how it goes, Song Qinshu ordered. Okay, Azi smiled and left in high spirits. Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. Looking at her enthusiasm, there should be no problem with the plan this time. Next, while Zi went to change, he began to perfect the various details of the plan in his mind. He hoped that there wouldn't be any flaws when the time came. Suddenly, he felt something. He raised his head and looked outside the door. He saw a girl in red standing at the door. He frowned slightly. Before he could speak, the girl spoke first. What do you want to do by asking Z to change into my clothes? Song Qingshu was stunned. Where's Z? Why isn't she here yet? She's still changing. I asked her what you wanted to do, but she wouldn't tell me. Azu frowned. So I came to ask you. I naturally have something for her to do. As for what it is, I won't tell you. Song Qingshu paused and added, sometimes the less you know, the safer you are. You should have a deep understanding of this saying. He didn't intend to tell her that Z was pretending to be him. Otherwise, Azu would be worried that she would harm Xiao Feng if she heard about it. Who knew what would happen? No, I can't let you do anything to hurt her. Azu walked over and looked at him with resentment and fear. You obediently listened to my arrangements. That is the best way to protect her. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, clearly not planning to continue this meaningless conversation with her. Who knew that Azu suddenly burst into laughter. Master, you are so bad. You actually used other people's safety to threaten my sister. Speaking of which, my sister is really stupid. Sure enough, she's the kind of idiot who still pays for the person who sold her. Song Qingshu. You're Z? Song Qingshu looked at her in shock. He didn't expect it to be her at all. What do you think? Z's acting is good, right? Z said as she opened her arms and twirled in front of him proudly, completely showing off Azu's clothes and her exquisite curves. Not bad, you look good. Song Qingshu praised from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and a playful smile appeared on his face. All right, it's already late. I won't be going back. I'll sleep in your room tonight. Z's expression changed slightly, but she quickly concealed it. Okay, it's Z's greatest honor to serve master. Where's your sister? Song Qingshu asked curiously. As soon as I entered the room, she asked me all sorts of questions. I was annoyed by the questions, so I sealed her acupuncture point. She should be sleeping soundly now. Z pouted as if she was quite impatient with her sister. She's been worried for the whole day, and her mind has been exhausted. It's good to seal her acupuncture point to let her rest. Song Qingshu nodded, obviously agreeing with what she did. Z smiled proudly at his praise and took the opportunity to ask, "Oh right, master, other than passing information to you, is there anything else I need to do when I'm by Xiao Feng's side? What else do you want to do?" Song Qingshu held her waist with one hand, feeling the slender and warm touch. Where's your room? That side. Z lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly for a moment. Don't tell me that I don't need a method to keep Xiao Feng in check? What if he discovers a flaw and knows the truth? How should I restrain him immediately? You can control him? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Xiao Feng is unrivaled in the world. Do you think you can control him with your mediocre skills? I can use poison, Z said with a smile, and her eyes flashed. With your Xingqiu Sect's invisible powder, blissful thorn, heart-destroying bullet, and so on? Song Qingshu curled his lips in disdain. Z's poison won't work. Master is so powerful, you must have poisons that can deal with him. Z shook his arm and said coquettishly. Yes, for example, 3-corpse brain divine pill, leopard embryo muscle enhancement pill, and so on. Song Qingshu answered casually. Z's eyes lit up. I've heard of these 2 kinds of strange poisons in Xingqiu sect. Is it true that they have no antidote other than the poisoner? Of course. Song Qingshu immediately showed an impatient look. Didn't I tell you before? Really? Z was shocked and hurriedly changed the topic. Master, when you're done with your business, will you really let them go to herd horses and sheep outside the Great Wall? Why do you ask? At this time, the 2 of them had already walked into the room, and Song Qingshu closed the door. I'm just curious, Z answered with a smile. Curious? Song Qingshu held her in his arms and conveniently rolled onto the bed. Compared to that, I'm more curious about your body. There was a hint of panic on Zi's face, and she hurriedly said, "Master, don't be anxious. I haven't had time to take a bath today, and I'm very dirty. I'll go take a bath first, then I'll serve Master." After saying that, she wanted to get up and leave, but she was pulled back onto the bed by Song Qingshu. She was struggling to get up, but Song Qingshu turned over and rode on top of her, pressing her down so that she couldn't move. "I can't wait that long." Song Qingshu moved closer to her neck and sniffed. "Tisk tsk, it smells so good. Which part of you is dirty?" Feeling that he was starting to take off her clothes, a hint of panic flashed in Zi's eyes, and she hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Master, you haven't answered my question yet. You're hanging me up, and it's very uncomfortable. Since when did you start negotiating terms with me?" Song Qingshu's smile disappeared, and he looked at her with a cold expression. Zi was shocked, and she hurriedly said, "Master, I was wrong. I hope Master can be magnanimous and forgive me this time." "Forgive?" Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. "It just so happens that you're angry because of your sister today. How about this? You'll pretend to be your sister and serve me. You must imitate her mentality and behavior. If I see any flaws, I won't forgive you." Hearing his words, Zi couldn't help but flash a trace of shame and anger on her face. Chapter 1597. "How can you have such a beastly thought?" Zi stared at him hatefully. Song Qingshu was stunned. "Beastly? You used to encourage me to sleep with you and your sister, and you even said that you could help me get your sister. Why are you saying that I'm a beast now?" Zi was stunned, and then a hint of anger appeared on her face. She muttered to herself, "That damned girl really can't change." "What did you say?" Song Qingshu looked at her in confusion. "Nothing." Zi bit her lip and suddenly looked at him with her big eyes. "Do you really have that kind of thought about my sister? I'd be lying if I said I didn't." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "But I can still distinguish between desire and reason. After all, she's Brother Zhao's woman. I really can't bring myself to lay my hands on her." Hearing him admit that he had designs on her sister, Zi couldn't help but blush. She muttered softly, "You've laid your hands on her so many times, and you still say that you can't bring yourself to do it. Why do you like to whisper now?" Song Qingshu said with dissatisfaction. "Nothing, let go of me." Zi hurriedly reached out and tried to push the man on top of her away, but unfortunately, her strength was like a clay ox in the sea. It didn't work at all. In the end, she could only clench her hands into fists and keep pounding on the man's chest. Song Qingshu nodded and showed a trace of satisfaction. "Not bad, you're somewhat similar." "What do you mean similar?" "I'm Azu," Zi said angrily. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. "Not bad, continue the performance. Keep it like this." One of his hands unconsciously reached into her clothes. Zi almost fainted. "I'm your sister-in-law, you can't do this." Song Qingshu's smile became wider and wider, his other hand caressing her face gently. "Zi, I really didn't realize that you had such superb acting skills." "Yes, just like that. You're able to portray your sister's struggle between physical desire and moral shame." "Song Qingshu, you bastard!" Zi raised her head and tried to bite him, but unfortunately, her whole body was pressed down, so she could only raise her head to a limited extent and couldn't bite him at all. "I'm Zhu, the Zhu you just brought back from the palace." Song Qingshu laughed. "Not bad, not bad. You've successfully aroused my desire." That's all. Feeling the oppressive feeling from his body, Zi finally panicked. She knew that if she continued like this, she might be carelessly done by him. She hurriedly explained, "Just now, Zi came to my room to borrow my clothes. I was puzzled, so I asked her what she wanted to do. In the end, she was very tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything at all. So I sealed her acupoint when she wasn't paying attention and pretended to be her, wanting to get some information." After saying that, she looked at Song Qingshu nervously, hoping that he would believe her words and let her go. Song Qingshu looked like he was deep in thought, but he quickly smiled and said, Z, Master is very satisfied. You actually made up such a story to please me and make me believe you. I really admire you. Z almost fainted from anger. She shouted, I'm really Azu. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Sensing that her tone didn't seem to be fake, Song Qingshu's smile froze. You're really Azu? Really? Z almost cried. This time, she thought she was smart and came to ask for information. But in the end, she didn't get any information. Instead, she fell into the claws of a wolf again. Looking down at his big hand that reached into her clothes, she wanted to cry but had no tears. How do you prove it? Song Qingshu didn't dare to be careless and said in a low voice. Azu almost broke down. She thought to herself, what is this? Do I need to prove myself? But now, she couldn't care so much. She hurriedly said, previously, when I was in the palace, I wanted to report to Yelu Hongji that Empress Xiao Guanyin was impersonated by someone else. I planned to use this as a condition to save Brother Xiao. In the end, I suddenly found out that Yelu Hongji was also impersonated by someone else. I just didn't expect that person to be you. She quickly told him what happened in the palace. In order to make her words more convincing, she didn't even miss a single detail. She even mentioned the other party's violation of her. Song Qingshu finally understood. That's right. With Azu's personality, she definitely wouldn't tell others about this. Of course, Z didn't know. You're really Azu? Hearing this, Azu hurriedly nodded. She was so excited that tears almost flowed down. I really am. Song Qingshu also looked gloomy. Why did you pretend to be Z for no reason? You made everyone feel awkward. Azu turned her face away. Originally, she had a lot of words to scold him, but on second thought, she couldn't blame him. It was her own cleverness that made her suffer. But no matter how considerate she was, it was hard for her to let another man take advantage of her again. For a moment, she felt wronged and her tears fell down. Can you get up now? Feeling the other party's masculine and hot pressure, Azu was flustered. At the same time, she secretly cursed Z half to death. What was the relationship between this girl and Song Qingshu? She usually played so crazily in private. She actually used me to please her lover behind his back. I'm really sorry. Song Qingshu hurriedly got up, but he forgot that his hand was still in her clothes. He used too much strength to get up, and directly tore off most of the clothes in front of her chest, revealing a large piece of snow-white and translucent skin. Sorry, I really didn't mean it. Song Qingshu hurriedly turned around and explained with a face of embarrassment. This time, Azu was very calm. She silently sat up, picked up a piece of clothing and wrapped it around her body. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you've seen it before. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu became more and more embarrassed. Azu stood up and said in a low voice, I'm leaving. After saying that, she hurriedly walked out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. By the way, when you and Z privately make out in the future, don't involve me. After saying that, she left as if she was escaping. Song Qingshu couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed that she was a little jealous when she heard that he and Z had secretly played the role-playing game with her. After a while, Azu left and returned again. But unexpectedly, she had changed into a new dress this time. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why did you come back again? Azu laughed. Master, I'm very good at it, right? Even you can't tell the difference between me and my sister. Song Qingshu was speechless. You still have the cheek to say that? Because of your mistake just now, I almost made a big mistake. Z also looked embarrassed. After all, she had always been proud of her wit, but she was actually plotted against by the silly sweet sister that she looked down on. It made her feel extremely embarrassed. However, after taking a look at his expression, Z suddenly trotted over and hugged his arm. She said in a spoiled manner, Didn't I create an opportunity for Master? I let sister throw herself into your arms. How was it, master? Did she serve you better than Z? Chapter 1598. Sister. Z pursed her lips. I've struggled to survive since I was young, but after a dozen years, a pair of parents and a sister popped out of nowhere. Haha. Anyway, in my heart, they're not as close as master. Song Qingshu immediately fell silent. When he thought of how much hardship she had suffered growing up in a place like Xingqiu sect, he couldn't blame her anymore. He reached out and stroked her hair. Little Z, I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Z pouted. I don't want to. Song Qingshu looked at her in confusion. He didn't understand why she refused. Z then moved closer to him and giggled. I love being bullied by master. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. You're really a little witch. Master, do you want to bully me? I'm wearing my sister's clothes right now. Z licked her lips. Her eyes exuded a hint of charm that was between a young girl and a young married woman. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Azu had to remind him not to drag her into this when he was playing with Z. It seemed like she really had foresight. Suddenly, he looked out of the window thoughtfully and said to Z, It seems like Xiao Yuanshan is back. Take off Azu's clothes and change back into your own. Okay. Z was also clear that this matter had to be hidden from Xiao Feng and his son, so she naturally couldn't wear Zhu's clothes. She walked to the side of the wardrobe, and without the slightest scruple of Song Qingshu, she directly took off her clothes, revealing a beautiful young girl's body, and then slowly changed into her own clothes. Song Qingshu knew that this little witch wanted to take the opportunity to seduce him. However, he had important matters to attend to, so he didn't have time to respond to her enthusiasm. Later, remember to tell Xiao Yuanshan that you want to leave. It's best if he misunderstands that you're leaving because of Xiao Feng's downfall. Since he planned to let Z pretend to be Azu, then there must be a reasonable explanation for Z's disappearance. Otherwise, it would easily arouse the suspicion of Xiao Feng and his son. Z seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. She smiled and agreed, no problem. After she changed her clothes, Song Qingshu brought her out and came to the main hall, where he discovered that Azu was bandaging Xiao Yuanshan's wounds. It's no big deal. This old man doesn't care about such a small injury. Xiao Yuanshan pretended to be heroic as he comforted Azu, who was secretly crying at the side. It was just that he was seriously lacking in energy when he spoke, which deeply betrayed him. Uncle, don't talk anymore. Otherwise, the bandaged wound will open again, Azu said in a hurry. Song Qingshu stepped forward and asked, Senior Xiao, how did you suffer such heavy injuries? Although he said this, he was very satisfied in his heart. He had originally wanted to borrow the hands of the palace guards to heavily injure him so that he would spend the next few days recuperating and not come out to cause trouble, in case it affected his plan. Azu obviously knew about it. Hearing this, she raised her head and glared at him. However, when she met his half-smiling eyes, she couldn't help but think of what had just happened. She hurriedly lowered her head guiltily. At the same time, a faint layer of red rose on her neck. Xiao Yuanshan was careless and naturally didn't notice the exchange between the two of them. Instead, Z, who was at the side, saw it and revealed a thoughtful expression. I can't stay here for long in case someone finds out. The soldiers outside are all Yelu Hongji's dogs. When Xiao Yuanshan spoke, the wounds on his body moved and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I mainly came to see you. Since you are safe and sound, I can rest assured. In the next period of time, I need to find a place to focus on recuperating. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you. I can only trouble Qingshu. Z, who was at the side, had a half-smile on her face. She thought to herself, if you let Master take care of your daughter-in-law, wouldn't he have to take care of her until she was in bed? Azu clearly thought of something similar, but she couldn't tell the truth. She could only silently lower her head. Song Qingshu replied with a smile, Senior Xiao, don't worry. I will protect sister-in-law well during this period of time. Hearing his promise, Xiao Yuanshan couldn't help but sigh in relief. Azu and Zi, on the other hand, secretly spat. It was rare for sisters with completely different personalities to reach an agreement on the same matter. Zi, take care of your sister during this period of time. Xiao Yuanshan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that Song Qingshu and Azu were men and women. Some things were more suitable for Zi to deal with. He had thought that Zi would agree immediately. Who knew that she would snort, "I'm leaving Shangjing soon. I don't have the time to take care of her. Your brother-in-law and sister are in danger. You're leaving at this time?" Xiao Yuanshan's eyebrows instantly raised, as if he would slap her at any time. "Ever since brother-in-law went to prison, I've stayed here long enough. I've done my best," Zi said unconcernedly. She wasn't worried about Xiao Yuanshan at all. After all, there was an omnipotent master beside her. He wouldn't see her being bullied. "I heard that an ice silkworm appeared in Jiangnan. If I miss such a rare divine creature, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it again in my lifetime. So what if your Xingxiu sect's unpresentable poison attacks are? When the time comes, Feng and I will teach you 1 or 2 ultimate technique. Wouldn't that be 100 times better than Xingxiu sect?" After being together for so long, Xiao Yuanshan knew that Zi stole Ding Chuanqiu's divine wood king cauldron and was cultivating poison attack. The ice silkworm was the best cauldron. Thus, he didn't doubt her words. If your martial arts were useful, you wouldn't have been beaten to this state. Zi curled her lips and said with a face full of disdain. Xiao Yuanshan almost choked to death. He thought to himself, "Do you know how many imperial experts surrounded me today? If it was someone with slightly weaker martial arts, they would have been hacked to death long ago. How could they have survived like me?" However, he couldn't bring himself to argue with a little girl. His old face flushed red. Fortunately, Azu, who was at the side, helped him out. "Uncle, don't force her. She has her own things to do. I don't need her to take care of me now." Actually, she had also faintly guessed that her sister's departure was just a pretense. Unfortunately, she couldn't and didn't dare to tell Xiao Yuanshan. "Humph!" Xiao Yuanshan snorted coldly and left with a stomach full of anger. Song Qingshu quietly followed behind him. Seeing him climb over the city wall under the cover of the night and head towards the mountains in the suburbs, he knew that he was indeed looking for a place to heal. With his injuries, he won't be able to recover without at least half a month. This period of time is enough. Song Qingshu secretly nodded. After confirming that he wouldn't do anything bad again, he turned around and returned to the southern courtyard's king's mansion. Chapter 1599. Song Qingshu's face darkened. "Is that how I am in sister-in-law's heart?" Azu replied faintly. "Of course not in the past, but now, hee." She didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was clear. However, Zi's expression turned cold. If Master was really so vicious and merciless, why would he go through so much trouble to directly kill Xiao Feng and his son and drag you into the harem to be trained? Do you have the slightest ability to resist? Song Qingshu glanced at Zi in surprise. This girl was becoming more and more likable to him. Azu was so angry that her whole body trembled. She pointed at her and said angrily, "Whose sister are you? How can you talk to your sister like that?" "What sister? I only know that I am Master's little Zi." Zi made a face and jumped to Song Qingshu's side. She hugged his arm and looked at her as if to show off. All right, stop arguing," Song Qingshu interrupted the sisters' argument. "Although Zi's words are a little harsh, the meaning is not wrong. If it wasn't for our past relationship, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. You should know this the best." Azu opened her mouth but found that she couldn't refute his words. She had no choice but to remain silent. "All right, pack your things and follow me to live in the palace," Song Qingshu ordered. He had to stay in the palace for a period of time. It was a little inconvenient to go back and forth between the palace and the palace. He might as well bring all of them to the palace. Xiao Yuanshan was hiding in the mountains to recuperate, and Xiao Feng was locked up in prison. He wouldn't know where Azu had gone. Okay. Hearing that they were going to the palace, Z instantly became excited. She was originally full of curiosity towards new things, not to mention the palace, which was a place that attracted all the girls in the world. In contrast to Z's excitement, Azu's face was full of worry. Can't I stay here? This place felt like home to her. She couldn't eat or sleep in peace in the palace. What do you think? Song Qinshu said indifferently. Previously, I brought you out just to deal with Xiao Yuanshan. Do you really think that you're free now? Azu was at a loss for words and could only turn her head away, feeling wronged. All right, put on your clothes and jewelry. Z, you don't have to. You'll wear Azu's clothes from now on. Also, you've been spending time with her all this time, and you'll be able to imitate her in every detail, Song Qinshu instructed. Okay, Z smiled sweetly. Thinking of the upcoming mission, her eyes glowed with excitement. Why did you ask Z to pretend to be me? Azu finally couldn't help but ask. Previously, when she disguised herself as Z to investigate, she had a vague guess, but she wasn't very sure. What for? The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. Since I can't get you because of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, then I'll train you to look exactly like you to comfort myself. Can't I? Aziz's eyes lit up. Not only was she not disappointed, but she also wanted to see the world in chaos. Okay. Master, you've finally accepted my original suggestion. Azu's face was red with embarrassment. She wanted to strangle this B***starred sister to death, but she didn't think too much, because she knew that Song Qingshu's main purpose was to set up a spy around Brother Xiao so that it was convenient to monitor him at any time, and not for the boring and dirty purposes that he said. Azu originally wanted to delay the time, but she couldn't resist Z's energetic strength. She quickly packed all her daily belongings, clothes, and jewelry, so that she couldn't find any reason to continue staying here. Soon, Song Qingshu returned to the palace with the two sisters. Although he had a token to enter and exit the palace at any time, Azu's identity was special. In order to not leave any flaws in the future, he still decided to sneak into the palace with the two sisters. With Azu and Z's poor Qinggong, they probably couldn't even climb over the outermost courtyard wall of the palace, let alone avoid the patrol of the palace guards. Therefore, Song Qingshu could only carry them in one hand and fly in. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's Qinggong was good enough, and the two girls were petite and not heavy. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to carry them in and out of the heavily guarded palace at will. Being hugged by him, Z was naturally very willing, while Zhu was obviously very unwilling. But she had no choice. Besides, it was not the first time that she had been hugged by him, so she got used to it as time went by. Song Qingshu flew in the palace with the two girls in his arms. Feeling the softness of the two girls' bodies, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Hugging on both sides and a pair of sisters. TSK, a man should live like this. Sister, Master's evil smile is definitely up to no good. Maybe he's thinking of getting us into bed together, Z suddenly said with a smile. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu almost couldn't catch his breath and fell from the sky. He hurriedly glared at her and said, "Don't talk nonsense." At this time, Azu was already blushing, but she couldn't help but think of the scene described by her sister. When she thought of the scene of her waiting for Song Qingshu in bed with her sister, she felt a little weak in her body. Z, on the other hand, had a mouth that couldn't stop chattering like a little bird. Master, if you hug my sister and me at the same time, who feels better? Azu finally couldn't stand it anymore and glared at her fiercely. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Humph, it's none of your business, Z raised her chin. obviously not taking her threat seriously. Of course, Song Qingshu wouldn't answer such a boring question, but he couldn't help but secretly compare in his heart. The two sisters' figures were very similar, but there were still some differences. Zi's small waist was full of elasticity and vitality, which was the youthful aura of a young girl, while Azu's waist was slightly more plump and soft, which should be the unique charm of the Jiangnan River. Master, don't be so serious. Looking at your expression, you must be comparing us secretly. Zi giggled. Song Qingshu's face heated up, and he couldn't help but snort. Do you believe that I won't sew your mouth up if you say one more word? Azu turned her face away and pretended not to hear the conversation between the two, but she was a little curious in her heart. In his heart, who was better, me or Zi? Although she knew that she shouldn't have this kind of thought, she was a woman after all, and comparing was also a woman's nature. However, looking at the secretive look on Song Qingshu's face, it was obviously impossible for him to know the answer. Noticing her expression, Zi rolled her eyes and said, Sister, don't worry. In Master's heart, you're definitely better than me. Why? Azu turned her head and asked subconsciously, but as soon as she said it, she was annoyed. Didn't this mean that she had always been concerned about this matter? Chapter 1600. Azu hated the fact that there was no medicine for regret in this world. Otherwise, why would she ask and listen to her when she knew that she had nothing good to say? Song Qingshu saw that Zi was going overboard, so he sealed her mute acupoint. Then you'll stop. Zi's eyes kept blinking as though they could speak. However, Song Qingshu wasn't moved at all. He turned to Azu and said, Sister-in-law, don't take her nonsense to heart. Azu's face turned red. What else can I do? She mumbled, After this little interlude, Song Qingshu had already brought the two sisters to their destination. This time, they didn't choose the place where Azu was. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry, in case Xiao Yuanshan came looking for them again. You two sisters can stay in this palace. I will arrange some palace maids and eunuchs for you tomorrow. Song Qingshu let go of the two girls and unsealed Zi's mute acupoint at the same time. During this time, you will stay by your sister's side. Be inseparable from her. Make sure to imitate every detail. Zi pouted. Inseparable? What if I want to be intimate with Master? Song Qingshu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Looking at Azu's gaze, he really felt that he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Before he could answer, Zi said, I got it. I'll let my sister watch from the side. Anyway, I don't mind. Azu. Song Qingshu. Azu finally couldn't stand it anymore. Does this have anything to do with whether you mind or not? Speaking of which, you are a girl. Why are you so shameless? What's wrong with that? Where I come from, girls will take the initiative to express their love to the man they like. Zi said matter-of-factly. Only then did Azu remember that she had grown up in the remote Sea of Constellations. That place could be considered a nomadic area, so she would naturally be influenced by the habits of the grassland tribes. She couldn't help but feel her heart soften. You guys can familiarize yourselves with this place first. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. I'll come see you guys tomorrow. Looking at the pair of sisters with completely different personalities, Song Qingshu wisely decided to leave. Then you have to come earlier tomorrow. Zi knew that she couldn't make him stay tonight, so she could only blink her eyes and look at him with a wronged expression. Contrary to her expectations, Azu prayed in her heart that he would never come again. I'll try my best. Song Qingshu pulled Zi aside and reminded her secretly, You'd better be smart. Don't let your sister control you like before. You two look so alike. If she pretends to be you again, I might not be as lucky as I was today to be able to tell you apart. I know. Today was just an accident. Zi was obviously very unhappy that she had failed miserably today. However, as she pondered over the other party's words, her eyes suddenly rolled. Master, you really knew that it was my sister who pretended to be me from the beginning. Did you take the opportunity to take advantage of her openly? Song Qingshu was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? I only found out later. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. The main thing is that I need to set up a secret code with you, in case I can't tell when she pretends to be you. Z giggled. There's no need to set up a secret code. You just need to touch your body and you'll be able to tell. I won't resist any violation from Master. Obviously, my sister is different. Song Qingshu was stunned. Indeed, this was the best way to tell. Noticing Z's teasing gaze, even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't take it anymore. Anyway, be smart. He then hurriedly left. After he was far away, Song Qingshu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This little girl is really bewitching. Thinking of how she deliberately mentioned the two sisters together every time, he felt his nose getting hot. He hurriedly restrained his thoughts. I've sinned. Knowing that he might not be able to resist going back if he continued to think about it, and that he would really make a big mistake, Song Qingshu silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra a few times. When he felt that his tumbling emotions had calmed down, he then walked towards concubine Hui's chamber. Originally, he had planned to look for Shin Bijuan to explain some things to her, but he was interrupted by Xiao Yuanshan. He could only deal with them first. Now that he was finally free, he couldn't forget the agreement with Shin Bijuan. Ever since Song Qingshu left, Shin Bijuan sat in the chamber in a daze. The whole thing felt like a dream to her. She didn't expect that the Zhao Wei she relied on was actually the same person as the world-famous Song Qingshu. She was pleasantly surprised but also a little terrified. She didn't know what kind of fate she would face next. It was already late at night, and Shin Bijuan couldn't take it anymore, so she returned to bed. Because she had an appointment with someone later, she wouldn't carelessly take off her clothes and just lay on the bed with her clothes on. If he is Song Qingshu, then who was the one I saw at the Wei Palace previously? No wonder that Song Qingshu told me to rely on Zhao Wei. They must be in cahoots. It's so annoying that I was the only one who was kept in the dark. They must have been watching me make a fool of myself at that time. I don't know if what he said about being entrusted by my father before he died is true. Will he help me take revenge? My father entrusted me to him. I don't know if he has any other intentions. Shin Bijuan lay on the bed with all kinds of thoughts, but in the end she couldn't resist the strong sleepiness and gradually fell asleep. When Song Qingshu came over, he naturally wouldn't alarm the palace maids outside. He quietly entered her bedroom and saw the scene of her sleeping in spring. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was snow-white. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, forming a natural sweet smile. However, the slight frown on her face revealed the worry in her heart. Under the illumination of the candlelight, her pink lips emitted a moist glow, like the freshest flower petals stained with dew in the morning. Just one look at them would make one want to kiss them. She was indeed the #1 beauty in the martial arts world, in the world of the deer-cutting knife. Song Qingshu was used to seeing beauties, but he still couldn't help but be stunned by her perfect appearance. It was no wonder that she was famous in this world at such a young age and was appointed as the crown princess. If the crown prince had seen her with his own eyes, he wouldn't have given up on her so easily. It could only be said that he didn't have the luck to have such a femme fatale. Shin Bijuan didn't know what she was dreaming about, but she let out an unusually sweet murmur. Song Qingshu was already hot from being made hot by the sisters, and when he heard this murmur, he almost lost control of his mind. Knowing that he might turn into a werewolf if he continued like this, Song Qingshu hurriedly coughed and deliberately made a sound. Who is it? Shin Bijuan's mind had been tense during this period of time. When she heard the movement, she immediately woke up. When she saw a man standing by the bed, She was so scared that she hurriedly shrank to the corner of the wall with a horrified expression. Song Qinshu helplessly spread his hands. Am I that scary? Chapter 1601. It's okay. Song Qinshu comforted her. After all, anyone who woke up in the middle of the night to find someone standing by the bed would already be considered very mentally strong if she didn't scream in fear. Are you done with your business? Shen Bijuan thought about it, but she also felt that it was a bit inappropriate to take off the blanket. Although she was still wearing clothes, it would be too rude to stay under the blanket. Her many years of education as a young lady had never taught her how to face a scene like this. She couldn't help feeling conflicted. Song Qinshu was stunned for a moment, then realized that she was referring to dealing with Xiao Yuanshan and Azu. He couldn't help but smile and say, "It's done." Noticing her awkward and hesitant expression, Song Qinshu said considerately, "You don't have to get up, let's just talk about it." Okay, Shen Bijuan nodded gratefully, thinking that he was really considerate. At the same time, she secretly sized up the famous Golden Snake King. Is there something on my face? Seeing that she kept looking at him tentatively, Song Qinshu couldn't help but laugh. Ah! Shen Bijuan was instantly embarrassed. I'm just a little curious. Actually, you don't have to be so restrained. We've been together for so long. Song Qinshu took the opportunity to sit down by the bed, as if he didn't treat himself as an outsider. Shen Bijuan quietly glanced at the bedside, but didn't stop him. She couldn't help but widen her eyes as she pondered the meaning of his words. Are you really Zhao Wei? Song Qinshu smiled slightly and began to imitate Zhao Wei's voice again. I was busy before, so I couldn't identify myself. Please forgive me, Miss Shen. It's really you. Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Bijuan no longer had any doubts. The one I saw at the Wei mansion that day. Song Qinshu instantly understood what she was asking and explained with a smile. That was a joke made by one of my companions. I hope you don't mind, Mississippi. Why would I mind? Shen Bijuan pursed her lips into a smile. Young master, there is no need to be so formal. Just call me Bijuan. Song Qinshu was surprised. In this world, especially in the Song dynasty, women's names were usually only known to the people closest to them. If he agreed to be called by his name, it meant that they were close to each other. It seemed that he hadn't wasted his time trying to make a good impression on Song Qinshu. That's good. You don't have to call me young master. You can call me Brother Song. Yes, Big Brother Song. Shen Bijuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Her face was also red. She also found it strange. When she was with Zhao Wei, he clearly wasn't like this. Why was it that he was still the same person? Now that his status was different, the feeling he gave her was different? You must have been very worried recently. Because I couldn't free myself, I didn't come to look for you. Song Qinshu was a little apologetic. She, a little girl, had experienced a great change, falling from the clouds to the dust. Her family was destroyed, and she was a weak girl in the depths of the palace with no relatives. Who knew how much fear and terror she had experienced during this period of time? I'm already very happy to be able to see you in the end. As the two of them talked, Shen Bijuan slowly calmed down. His tone was no different from Zhao Wei's, which made her feel even more at ease. However, as soon as she said this, she regretted it. It sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Of course, Song Qinshu didn't think too much about it. This time, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. Something? Shen Bijuan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Not only was she incomparably beautiful, but she was also famous for being a talented woman. She was naturally smart, and she could tell that he was leaving just by saying that. Note: the previous chapter's title was wrong. It should have been Spring Sleep. This chapter is Phoenix Falls into the Cold Palace. Seeing her expression darken, Song Qinshu naturally understood what was going on. He explained, I'm really sorry, but now is not the time to save you. I hope Bijuan can understand. Shin Bijuan forced a smile. In any case, the situation can't get any worse. It doesn't matter if I understand or not. Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood. The situation is not as bad as you think. I just want you to stay in the palace for a while. I will come back to pick you up in a few months. You came to pick me up? Hearing these words, Shin Bijuan's face reddened slightly. Why did it feel like a husband was saying these words to his wife? However, this kind of feeling didn't make her feel disgusted. Instead, it made her feel an indescribable warmth. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly said, "Can you take me out of the palace first? I can find a small room to settle down and wait for you there." Saying such words was already extremely bold for her, because to a certain extent, it also represented a kind of promise. It went without saying what it meant for a woman to be willing to wait for a man to come back and pick her up. What happened to her during this period of time made her understand that in this chaotic world, a weak woman had no ability to protect herself. A beautiful face would not bring her any happiness, but would only bring her endless disasters, unless she could find a man who could help her, unless she could find a strong enough man to rely on. Originally, she could have chosen Xiao 11 Lang, but for some reason, she would occasionally think of that zither player who had gone through thick and thin with her, the man her father had entrusted to her before his death. Now that she found out that the man she could not forget was the world-shaking Song Qingshu, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. After all, she had heard many legends about this person in her boudoir. At the time, she had only thought of him as a figure of myth. She hadn't expected that he would overlap with a real man, so a different kind of feeling arose. But it wasn't necessarily love. A more appropriate description would be a kind of worship, a kind of attachment and gratitude for saving her life. Hearing her request, Song Qingshu's brow furrowed. He shook his head. No, it's not safe outside the palace. He didn't make it too obvious because he was worried that she would be embarrassed. After all, with her beauty that could topple nations and her lack of ability to protect herself, it was easy for her to attract all kinds of wild bees and butterflies. How could she possibly wait for him to pick her up? Unexpectedly, Shin Bijuan hurriedly said, "The palace is even more dangerous." Song Qingshu was taken aback. Looking at her awkward expression, he suddenly laughed. "You're worried about Yelu Hongji, right?" "Yes." Shin Bijuan nodded. "Last time, I had your help, but if he comes again after you leave, what can I do?" Before, she had no choice. In order to avenge the Shin family, she could only lower herself and enter the palace as a concubine. But now that she had met Song Qingshu, how could she be willing to give herself to that Yelu Hongji? "Don't worry, Yelu Hongji will not come to find you now," Song Qingshu explained with a smile. "And now that Yelu Isin has rebelled, and you were recommended by Xiao Shima of Yelu Isin's faction, you will naturally be implicated. In 2 days, the edict to banish you to the Cold Palace will come." Cold Palace? A trace of panic appeared on Shin Bijuan's delicate face. Although she wasn't a true imperial concubine, the Cold Palace was an inauspicious place for any woman. "Don't worry, it's only temporary, and it's mainly to protect you," Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted. Shin Bijuan gradually calmed down. Thinking of the desolate Cold Palace was better than living in the harem in fear. "But what if Yelu Hongji has a sudden impulse and summons me to serve him in bed?" As someone who had almost become the crown concubine, she had naturally read the history of the harem. Although there weren't many, there had been concubines who had been banished to the Cold Palace and made a comeback. She was worried that Yelu Hongji would come to find her again. After all, she knew how dangerous her appearance was. Chapter 1602. Song Qingshu thought that Yelu Hongji would summon you to serve him in bed unless the world was haunted. "Don't worry, he won't bother you again, trust me." Shin Bijuan looked up at him, and felt that there was a reassuring power in his voice. However, she was not a woman who would blindly follow him. After all, everything he said conflicted with common sense. But the power of heaven is unpredictable. Yelu Hongji is the emperor after all. Who can control his mind? Song Qinshu knew that she still had doubts and couldn't help but smile. Others may not be able to, but that doesn't include me. Shin Bijuan was stunned. She recalled that when Yelu Hongji came to visit her, he easily resolved the crisis. It seemed that he was not lying. I'm more powerful than you can imagine, but there are some things I can't tell you. Song Qinshu paused, thinking about how to phrase it. You should understand that sometimes knowing too much will bring you disaster. Given his relationship with Shin Bijuan, he could not tell her all his secret. He could not tell her that the current Yelu Hongji was him, so he could only remind her indirectly. Of course, I'm afraid no one in this world understands this better than me. Shin Bijuan's flawless face showed a trace of bitterness. After all, the Shin family had been destroyed because of the secret of the deer cutter. You don't have to worry when you get to the cold palace. Your food and clothing will be the same as now. In addition, I will arrange for people to take care of you in secret. If you need help, you can look for them. Song Qinshu was a little worried about leaving her alone in the cold palace, so he planned to let Su Quan and Zhao Min take care of her in the palace. Shin Bijuan was secretly shocked. Judging from Zhao Wei's tone, it was as if the imperial palace was his home. However, she was smart enough not to pursue the matter. Instead, she chose to believe him. Whether it was the Golden Snake King's reputation or her interactions with Zhao Wei, she knew that he was not someone who would speak without thinking. By the way, you will probably stay in the cold palace for a few months. How do you plan to spend it? Song Qinshu suddenly asked. Although he could arrange for Zhao Min and Su Quan to look after her, the two of them had to deal with the overall situation on Liao's side. He was afraid that they would not have much time to chat with her to relieve her boredom. It's almost the same as when I was in the Shin garden. I usually read books and play the guqin. Time should pass very quickly. Shin Bijuan smiled warmly, but there was a flash of worry between her brows. Even though she had lived in seclusion in the Shin garden, she had her parents to accompany her at that time. She would occasionally meet up with a few of her close friends in the city, and sometimes she would even be invited to participate in poetry meetings. It was definitely much more interesting than the loneliness of the cold palace. Shin Bijuan was a beautiful woman. Although she was the young miss of a rich family, she didn't have the temper of a young miss. She understood that the other side had already helped her a lot, so she didn't want to bother the other side with such a small matter. It's not as easy as you say. Song Qinshu chuckled, as if he had seen through her insincere words. Do you want to learn martial arts? Martial arts? Shin Bijuan had a difficult expression. It's not elegant for a girl to wield a sword or a spear. Song Qinshu laughed involuntarily. She had the same thoughts as Wang Yuyan. Were all the young misses of Jiangnan like this? However, Shen Baijun suddenly thought of what she had been through recently. If she knew martial arts, how could she have fallen to such a pitiful state? She raised her head and her eyes were filled with hope. But I want to learn. Song Qinshu looked at her with some surprise. He hadn't expected that she would change her mind. But he had originally planned on teaching her martial arts, not to make her a martial arts master, but to give her some ability to protect herself. Otherwise, with such a beauty that could topple nations, without the protection of her family, she might be bullied by hooligans outside. That would be a pity. The other purpose was to find something for her to do, so that she would not be bored alone in the cold palace during this period of time. If she became extremely extreme, it would really be a waste of heaven's masterpiece. He had been in the imperial palace for so long, and he had heard many stories of women who were banished to the cold palace eventually becoming crazy. For a young miss like you, I won't teach you any external martial arts. I don't want calluses to form on your delicate hands. Then it would be too late for regret. Song Qingshu's joking words caused Shin Bijuan's face to instantly turn red. Big Brother Song is a world-famous expert. Everything is up to Big Brother Song. Shin Bijuan bowed. At the same time, she thought about what he had meant. Could it be that he didn't want to? All martial arts are based on internal energy. I will first teach you internal energy. First, remember the chant. Song Qingshu slowly recited. Madam's body contains the principles of heaven and earth. That is why heaven and earth nourish all things, and that is why heaven and earth fill the world. The vastness of heaven and earth is not obscured by all things. Shin Bijuan's eyes widened. She focused as she recited the chant. After Song Qingshu finished reciting it, he asked, "How much do you remember?" "I should remember most of it." Shin Bijuan's red lips moved slightly as she repeated the chant. Madam's body contains the principles of heaven and earth. Song Qingshu looked at her with surprise. Bijuan is truly a famous, talented woman. There aren't many people in the world who can compare to you in terms of knowledge. Shin Bijuan blushed. On one hand, she was shy, but on the other hand, she was happy after being praised. Can I record these chants? After all, I can only memorize them for a short period of time. If I take too long, I'm afraid I'll miss something. Although she wasn't a martial artist, she had heard that the secret manuals of many sects were extremely important. They could only be passed down by word of mouth and couldn't be written down. This was because they were afraid that their secret manuals would be leaked, so she was very nervous when she made this request. No problem. Just record it down. Song Qingshu faintly smiled. What he passed on to her was the Chuanjian sect's golden jade lock technique. Of course, he had many more powerful techniques in his hand. However, since Shin Bijuan was cultivating alone in the cold palace, the golden jade lock technique was a bit safer. Although its power was lacking, it was orthodox and had a solid foundation. It was neutral and peaceful, so there wasn't any danger in cultivating it. It wasn't like other martial arts, where it was easy to go berserk if one wasn't careful. As for why he had the golden jade lock technique, whether it was from intimidating the Chuanjian sect or from Qing Yaojia, it wasn't difficult to obtain the Chuanjian sect's introductory technique. Shin Bijuan's heart trembled when she saw his smile. She hurriedly lowered her head and began to record down the chant. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. No wonder Song Qingshu had so many outstanding women by his side. Apart from his appearance, status, character, and martial arts, his attentiveness and consideration were the rarest. As intelligent as she was, how could she not understand why he wanted her to learn martial arts? He was worried that she would be lonely deep in the palace. Chapter 1603. A trace of hesitation flashed across Shin Bijuan's face. She used to have many close friends in the martial arts world, such as Lu Wushuang. She had once heard them mention that acupoint sealing techniques couldn't be easily taught. Usually, it could only be passed down from parents to children, masters to male disciples, and masters to female disciples. This was because there was bound to be some physical contact during the process. Does he have other intentions for making such a suggestion? As a young miss of a wealthy family, especially a beautiful one at that, she had been taught to guard against men and women from a young age. She had to avoid men with bad intentions who approached her. However, when she looked up at Song Qingshu, she didn't see any lustful intentions in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Song. Song Qingshu didn't expect that she had already gone through an intense psychological struggle. He came from the future, and his understanding of the precautions between men and women was completely different from the people of this world. This was the result of decades of subtle influence, and even now, he hadn't changed it. Put down the blanket. Otherwise, it'll be hard to do it with the blanket between us. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then half-jokingly said, "Don't tell me you're not wearing anything under the blanket?" Shin Bijuan's face reddened. I'm wearing. As she spoke, she took off the blanket. She had only taken off the outermost layer of clothing. She was still wearing a few layers underneath. If it was in the past, she would never appear like this in front of a man, even if it was just a jacket. But now, she didn't mind at all. She even asked, "Do you still want to take it off?" Hearing her words, Song Qingshu almost had a nosebleed. It was this kind of woman who was usually pure and conservative. When she suddenly seduced you, it was the most charming. "If you're willing to take it off, I don't mind." Song Qingshu rubbed his nose and smiled strangely. Only then did Shin Bijuan realize that her words had a different meaning. She had only been thinking about whether it was better to have as few obstacles as possible when unblocking acupoints. She hadn't thought about the other side. Only when she heard the other side's strange tone did she realize, I didn't mean it that way." Seeing that she was so anxious that she was about to cry, Song Qingshu felt that it was very interesting. He also knew that if he continued to talk about it, this thin-skinned young lady might not be able to bear it, so he hurriedly changed the topic to resolve her embarrassment. "All right, that's enough. You should concentrate and calm down, and carefully remember the route of true qi circulation." After he finished speaking, he pressed a finger on an acupoint on her neck. Shin Bijuan felt a warm current flow from her shoulder into her body. That warm feeling was so comfortable that she almost couldn't help but moan. But she immediately realized something and bit her lip, afraid that she would make a sound that would embarrass her. However, Song Qingshu seemed to have guessed her current predicament and said timely, "Don't be distracted. Now you have to put all your energy into remembering the route of qi circulation. If you make any mistakes, you will be paralyzed or even killed on the spot." I know. Shin Bijuan's heart trembled. Although she didn't know martial arts, she knew that cultivating internal strength was not child's play. Feeling that her body was still a bit stiff, Song Qingshu frowned and said, "It's still not enough. You have to completely open your body and mind. Don't suppress your feelings. If you want to cry out, then cry out. Don't be distracted by controlling it." Shin Bijuan's face turned bright red. How could she do that? However, seeing the seriousness in Song Qingshu's eyes, she knew that he didn't have any other intentions. She could only nod her head with a red face. Seeing that she finally understood what he meant, Song Qingshu continued to seal the acupoints all over her body. Streams of true qi were continuously injected into her body, first opening up her blocked meridians, and then using true qi to strengthen and nourish her meridians so that they would not return to their original state. It had to be said that such a beautiful woman was truly blessed by the heavens. Not only was she devastatingly beautiful, but her aptitude for martial arts was also much better than that of ordinary people. If she had started practicing martial arts from a young age, perhaps there would be another famous heroine in this world. The entire process was much easier and faster than expected. Song Qingshu withdrew his finger. "Have you memorized the route of true qi circulation?" "I haven't completely memorized it yet. Can I do it again?" Shin Bijuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she was a bit embarrassed. Her answer was beyond Song Qingshu's expectations. After all, in his opinion, memorizing the vital energy circulation route was much easier than memorizing the entire incantation. In the end, she had memorized the incantation but not the vital energy circulation route? At this time, Shin Bijuan's heart was also incomparably complicated. In the beginning, she had been prepared for him to touch her entire body. After all, her acupoints were all over her body. But what surprised her was that when he touched some of the more sensitive acupoints, his fingers didn't touch her body. Instead, he pressed down on the air. This made her feel both surprised and touched, and her favorable impression of Song Qingshu increased greatly. She thought to herself that the rumors were not to be believed. Although the rumors said that he was a playboy, it seemed that he was more of a gentleman than a gentleman. However, she quickly realized that these two things didn't conflict. Only a gentleman like this could make so many outstanding women willingly stay by his side. Song Qinshu didn't know that his unintentional actions had increased Shen Bijuan's favorable impression of him. He was wondering why someone as smart as Shen Bijuan couldn't memorize the route of true qi circulation when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He finally understood. Shen Bijuan had never learned martial arts and didn't recognize the acupoints on her body. Normal martial artists only needed to remember which acupoints the true qi flowed through, but she had to spend 10 times the effort to memorize the complicated route in her mind. It was my negligence. This time, I'll teach you how to recognize the acupoints on your body. That way, you'll get twice the result with half the effort, Song Qinshu said apologetically. Shen Bijuan nodded. I'll trouble big brother Song. Song Qinshu nodded. He began to transfer true qi into her body while explaining the names of the acupoints the true qi passed through. But very quickly, Song Qinshu was stunned. Earlier, he had been so focused on opening her meridians that he hadn't been distracted. Now that he was doing it again, he suddenly realized that because all of Shen Bijuan's meridians had been opened, she was covered in fragrant sweat. Her clothes were completely soaked, and her bra was tightly pressed against her chest. He could faintly see 2 mountains that looked like they were made of snow. He could faintly see the scenery at the top of the mountain. Only the purest and most flawless young woman would have such a pure color. Song Qinshu was absent-minded for a few seconds before he moved his gaze away with difficulty. He felt ashamed in his heart and hurriedly continued to hold his breath and focus on explaining to her. Her alluring curves, from her waist down, were naturally graceful and beautiful. This was especially true for young women. It was enough to intoxicate any man and make them lose themselves. Because her clothes were soaked in sweat, her delicate skin could be seen with the naked eye. Because she had to open her acupoints, Shen Bijuan was already standing on the bed. Her legs were naturally close together. Song Qinshu felt as if his gaze could pierce through her thin silk dress. Her long and slender legs were thin and straight. He didn't need to see them to know that they had a milky luster. Chapter 1604. In truth, it wasn't just Song Qinshu who had lost his composure. Shen Bijuan wasn't any better right now. At the very beginning, when he unblocked her acupoints for the first time, her breathing had obviously quickened. Later on, there were even hints of coquettish moans mixed in with the rapid breathing. She also felt embarrassed and wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. However, when she quietly opened her eyes, she found that he did not reveal any abnormalities. There was only seriousness and concentration in his eyes. Her embarrassment subsided a little. It was because she was distracted by this feeling that she didn't remember the diagram of the flow of Jinqi. Otherwise, with her intelligence, even if she didn't know acupoints, it would be 10 times more difficult for her to remember, but it still wouldn't be a problem for a talented woman like her. Therefore, she had no choice but to ask Song Qinshu to teach her again. On one hand, she really couldn't remember it, and on the other hand, even though she was too embarrassed to say it out loud, she had to admit that when the other party's fingers slid across the surface of her skin, her body would tremble slightly, and her heart would beat wildly. She felt a feeling that she had never felt before, a feeling that came from the deepest part of her soul. It made her flustered, but at the same time, it made her feel an indescribable joy and irresistible desire. Unfortunately, the heavens weren't in her favor. At that moment, the rooster crowed in the distance. The two of them immediately woke up from that mysterious state. Song Qinshu hastily took off his jacket and draped it over her. His voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "Did you remember it clearly this time?" Shen Bijuan had long since fallen to her knees on the bed. She lowered her head and grunted, not daring to look at him. The two of them tacitly didn't mention what had just happened. From Song Qinshu's current angle, he could see her neck. Her snow-white skin was suffused with a faint pink. He knew in his heart that it would be difficult to avoid making a mistake if he continued to stay here, so he quickly said, "Practice this internal energy well during this period of time. When you're almost done, I should come to pick you up." He hurriedly left after leaving these words. Seeing his slightly disheveled figure, Shin Bijuan couldn't help but smile. It seems he isn't like the rumors. At this moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew over. She subconsciously shivered and looked down. Only then did she realize that her clothes were completely drenched. At this moment, there wasn't much difference between her and not wearing any clothes. Shin Bijuan finally understood why Song Qinshu had left with a red face. She was so embarrassed that she quickly covered her head with the blanket. "This is so embarrassing, so embarrassing." As she tossed and turned in bed, she suddenly felt his clothes. Only then did Shin Bijuan remember that he had just draped them over her body. Her heart warmed, and after hesitating for a long time, she slowly moved her face into his clothes. Smelling his lingering scent, she couldn't help but fall into a daze. Song Qinshu left concubine Hui Palace in a hurry. He suddenly realized that he was running away. In that situation just now, he could have stayed there for the night if he played some tricks. Shaking his head, Song Qinshu dispelled this tempting thought. Shin Bijuan was still of great use to him. It wasn't a wise choice to get involved with her now. Moreover, he wasn't a rash young man who had never seen a woman before. He still had this little bit of self-control. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and hesitated where to go. Thinking that Zhao Min was probably still asleep from exhaustion, he finally decided to go to Zi's place. As for the fact that it was already dawn and he had to go to court, he threw it to the back of his mind. In any case, Yelu Hongji was also a fatuous ruler, so it was normal for him to not go to court. He had been tossing and turning all night, so he needed to take this opportunity to have a good sleep. Even though it was almost dawn, Song Qinshu used so close, yet worlds apart, so the patrolling guards couldn't find him at all. Not long after, he arrived at Zi's palace. Pushing open the window and leaping into the room, Song Qinshu couldn't help but chuckle. There were many small traps set up around the windows and door, obviously to prevent uninvited guests from breaking in. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Zi. Zi grew up in the sea of constellations. These little tricks to protect me must have been ingrained into her bones. Everyone usually only saw her viciousness, but they didn't expect her to survive in that kind of environment. How could she not be a little cruel? When he came to the window, he was suddenly a little dumbfounded. He realized that the one lying on the bed wasn't Zi, but Azu. No, it should be two Azus. Which one is Zi? Song Qinshu couldn't be sure. Usually, he could tell from the look in their eyes and their clothes. But now, both sisters had their eyes closed and were sleeping in the same sweet position. He really couldn't tell who was who. It doesn't matter. I'll know once I try. Song Qinshu reached out his hand and gently stroked one of their cheeks. He nervously watched her reaction after she woke up. If anything went wrong, he would immediately hit her sleeping acupoint and make her think that it was just a dream when she woke up tomorrow. The young girl opened her eyes in a daze. She was shocked to see someone else beside her bed, but when she saw the other person's face, her shock turned into surprise. "Master?" Song Qinshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he didn't find the wrong person. Otherwise, it would really be a little awkward. "Why are you sleeping on the same bed as Azu?" he asked in a low voice. There were quite a lot of rooms in this palace. There was no need for them to squeeze onto the same bed. Zi looked at him doubtfully. "Didn't you tell me to be inseparable from Big Sister and imitate her every word and action? Of course, that includes sleeping together." Song Qinshu slapped his forehead. Only now did he remember that he did mention it. He just didn't expect her to carry it out so thoroughly. "Follow me to the room next door. I need your service." Song Qinshu picked Zi up and felt that the young girl's body was as light as a swallow. Ever since he practiced the joy zen of Tantra, he found that his body had become different from ordinary people. To some extent, it could be said that he was gifted. His needs in that area were a little stronger than those of ordinary people. He had played with Zhao Min for a long time in the afternoon, but then he was teased by Azu, her sister, and Shin Bijuan again and again. Now his body was unbearably hot. It was not convenient to look for the other girls, so after thinking about it, he decided to look for the little demon girl, Z. Hearing his words, Z's eyes seemed to be shining. Hee, Z loves it when Master bullies me. Her words were like thunder that ignited the fire. Song Qingshu wanted to do her on the spot. Seeing that he was going to carry her out, Z put her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Why do we have to go next door? Isn't it good here?" Song Qingshu looked at Azu and frowned. "Your sister is still there." Z giggled. "Even I don't mind." "Why do you mind, master?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "This has nothing to do with whether you mind or not. I'm obviously talking about Azu." Chapter 1605. Seeing that Song Qingshu was silent, Z giggled again. "How many men dream of having sisters in the same bed? Master, how can you miss it?" Song Qingshu's nose became hot. He was really tempted by what she said, but he quickly shook his head and said, "Your sister is my sister-in-law. I won't touch her. TSK, she's not married to Xiaofeng. How can she be his sister-in-law?" Z curled her lips in disdain. Seeing that he really thought so, she rolled her eyes and tried another way to tempt him. "Even if you don't touch her, you can stay. It's so exciting to play with your sister next to your sister." Seeing that her words were getting more and more outrageous, Song Qingshu couldn't help but give her a slap on the butt. "Alright, you're still so young. What's in your head? Why are you so dirty?" "You call this dirty?" Z was a little disapproving. Those bad guys in Xingqiu sect have more tricks in this aspect. Song Qingshu was speechless, thinking that it was not without reason that Xingqiu sect was called evil in the pugilistic world. "Alright, you're not in Xingqiu sect now. Don't use that method here." After saying that, he was worried that she would say something that would challenge her rationality again. Without waiting for her to refute, he hurriedly carried her out of the room and went next door. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Azu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, opened her eyes. Her pretty face was already extremely red. "This wicked girl is really out of control. I have to find a chance to teach her a lesson." Although the conversation between Song Qingshu and Azu was soft, she was already a light sleeper because she had a lot on her mind. However, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to face him when she woke up, so she simply continued to pretend to be asleep. As a result, she heard every single one of her sister's bad ideas. It could be said that she was scared out of her wit. She was afraid that Song Qingshu would really be persuaded by her to take action. Fortunately, he was a gentleman in the end and didn't listen to Z's suggestion. Song Qingshu's sudden arrival dispelled her sleepiness. How could she sleep now, especially when she thought that he had carried her sister next door? This damned girl is really shameless. Originally, it was her nature to want to protect her younger sister, but Z's "Master, please come and pamper me" look made her unable to do so. When she thought about how she was still a young girl, but her younger sister had already tasted it and knew how to be obsessed with men, Azu felt her cheeks heat up. Just as she was tossing and turning in bed, she suddenly heard a faint sound of crying coming from next door. Azu was shocked. She wondered if Song Yunxian was bullying her sister. She hurriedly got up from the bed, put on her clothes and rushed next door. Unfortunately, she stopped after a few steps. Even if Mr. Song is really bullying Z, why should I save her? Azu struggled in her heart. If I go there, I might not be able to save her and even get myself killed. But in the end, she still put on a straight face. She thought about how her younger sister was related to her by blood, and how she had grown up alone in a place like Xingqiu sect. Although she was nominally a maid in the Murong family, she had lived a luxurious life since she was young. Her younger sister had suffered so much, and now she had no relatives. If she didn't save her, who else would? So she mustered up her courage and walked next door. But courage was one thing, instinctive fear was inevitable, causing her to walk slower and slower. Just then, she suddenly heard what her younger sister was crying about. She was indeed crying, but it was not a normal kind of crying. That kind of sound made her face turn red and her legs go weak. Although she was unmarried, she was not a fool. Naturally, she understood what was going on. She couldn't help but spit, thinking that she must have been crazy to think that her younger sister would be bullied. She wanted to leave immediately, but she didn't know why she didn't move her feet immediately. Instead, she blushed and pricked up her ears to listen to the sound. People's desire for gossip was engraved in their genes, not to mention that one of them was her own younger sister. But not long after, she couldn't stand it anymore. The sound that came from inside made a young lady like her wish that there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. She hurriedly went back to her room and closed the door. Only then did she calm down a little. Why does this stupid girl act like a prostitute? How shameless! Azu spat, but the sound she heard just now still continued to echo in her ears. After all, it was the most instinctive sound of a human being, the great harmony of life. How could it be so easy to forget? She quickly took off her clothes and went back to bed. She grabbed the blanket and covered her head. Although she couldn't actually hear it, her mind couldn't help but fill in some scenes that made her heart beat faster. She suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body. She reached out to touch her thigh. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. I'm going to die. When the sun was high up in the sky, Song Qingshu left Azi's room feeling refreshed and returned to his own palace. Zhao Min had already finished washing up and was playing the zither in the palace. Seeing him return, she pursed her lips and smiled. Where did the busy man go last night? She woke up in the middle of the night and found that Song Qingshu wasn't by her side. In the end, he only returned now. As a woman, it was inevitable that she felt a little resentful. Seeing her face that was even more beautiful than usual, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little guilty. I couldn't sleep last night, so I planned to make arrangements for Shen Bijuan's matter. In the end, I ran into Xiao Yuanshan there. Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts are extremely high. He really is troublesome. Zhao Min shook her head. If I were you, I would have let him die silently yesterday, completely ending everything. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. When a man is alive, there are always things he can do and things he can't. After all, he is Big Brother Zhao's father. All right, you're a man and I'm a little girl. That's enough. Although Zhao Min said this, she actually agreed with his actions. An unscrupulous person might be able to obtain short-term benefits, but in the long run, the gains definitely didn't make up for the losses. From the sound of your zither just now, it seems that you're in a very good mood. Song Qingshu wisely didn't argue with her and changed the topic. Of course. Zhao Min smiled. It seems that the special training I gave you before was quite useful. You can actually distinguish the mood of the person playing the zither from the sound of the zither. A great teacher produces a great disciple. Song Qingshu gave him another not too big nor too small horse, thinking that anyone with a terminal illness would be in a good mood if they were cured overnight. Hearing his words, Zhao Min's face turned slightly red. She mumbled in a low voice, "Is there a great disciple who got his master into bed?" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Especially when he saw her occasionally reveal a hint of shyness, he couldn't help but want to go over and hug her. Who knew that Zhao Min would suddenly frown? "Don't touch me!" Song Qingshu was confused. He didn't know how he had offended her. Zhao Min snorted in annoyance. "There's the smell of other women on you, and it's not just one woman." Song Qingshu. What the hell, are all women born in the year of the dog? Not only can she smell a scent that doesn't belong to her, She can even distinguish how many women the other party has been in contact with. Chapter 1606. Song Qinshu said awkwardly, "Didn't I just tell you? Last night I saw Shen Bijuan, Azu and Zi Zhaomin reached out and interrupted him. You don't have to explain anything to me. I'm not that petty. Anyway, they are not a threat to me." She was not lying. Zi and Azu's birth was too low. Shen Bijuan was more troublesome. However, she was the crown princess of the southern Song dynasty and then Liao's Hui Fei. Even though she was still a virgin, she had already lost the qualifications to compete with her in the eyes of the world. Song Qinshu looked at her in surprise. Seeing her natural expression, he remembered that she was from the royal family and was used to men having many wives and concubines around them. She paid more attention to opponents of the same level. She would not be hostile to those who were destined to be concubines. On the contrary, she would try her best to win them over. Just like in the original work, although she and Zhou Zhiruo were like fire and water, she had a harmonious relationship with Xiao Zhao and could coexist peacefully. "Tell me everything that happened yesterday in detail. Let's discuss how to rescue Xiao Feng together." Zhao Min paused for a moment before revealing a faint smile. "Of course, you don't have to tell us about your romantic affairs. Otherwise, it'll cause more trouble for us." Song Qingshu's old face heated up. He sat down next to her and began to discuss business. In the following period of time, Song Qingshu, Zhao Min, and Su Quan had been arranging matters in Shangjing. At the same time, they had the two women familiarize themselves with Liao's government affairs. Then Su Quan disguised herself as Yelu Hongji and sat in the palace. Zhao Min hid behind the scenes to help her deal with government affairs. Originally, it was most suitable for Zhao Min to pretend to be Yelu Hongji and Su Quan to continue to be Xiao Guanyin. However, Zhao Min took the initiative to step back. Firstly, she was a Mongolian princess and had the Ruyang mansion behind her. Taking the initiative to step back would reduce the scruples of Song Qingshu's inner circle. Secondly, it was also a show of goodwill to Su Quan. After all, this Liao was her private land. Sure enough, Su Quan had a good impression of her. The two women, who were not familiar with each other at first, soon got along better than real sisters. As for Song Qinshu, he was a little worried about her relationship with Mongolia, but this was a happy ending for everyone. On the other side, Azi was constantly imitating Azu's usual words and actions. As for Azu, she was learning the etiquette of the harem from Su Quan, imitating Xiao Guanyin's words and actions. After about half a month, he felt that the preparations were more or less complete. The plan to rescue Xiao Feng was finally going to be implemented. The day before departure, Song Qinshu went to bid farewell to Yelu Nanxian. After all, he was going to leave Liao for a period of time. Thinking of her current situation, he couldn't help but worry. "Thank you for sending people to help me find my father's remains." The two of them stood in a tall tower in the city. Looking at the bustling Shangjing city, Yelu Nanxian said softly, "This is what I should do. After all, he was your father. He can be considered as my elder." Song Qinshu also sighed. Yelu Nanxian's life was full of troubles. She was a princess, her father was an important official in the court. But now, her family was accused of treason. In order to protect her family, she had no choice but to marry into the Western Xia. "It's a pity that my father still has to bear the infamy," Yelu Nanxian said coldly. Song Qinshu looked apologetic. "I'm really sorry. I can only let you and your father suffer for the time being. After a period of time, I will definitely restore his reputation." "I hope so." Yelu Nanxian sighed softly and fell into silence. "Nanxian, do you blame me?" Song Qinshu felt that this silence was a bit awkward and couldn't help but ask. Yelu Nanxian turned around and stared at him. A mocking smile appeared on her flawless face. "What's the point of saying this now?" Song Qinshu nodded. That's right. I was too prejudiced. Yelu Nansien also realized that her attitude just now was a bit too aggressive. She continued, in fact, to a certain extent I should be thanking you. It was you who avenged my father's death. Song Qingshu knew she was referring to him killing Murong Jingyue. That was just a coincidence. No matter what, I owe you, Yelu Nansien said. So, I won't reveal your secret. I'm even willing to cooperate with your plan. Song Qingshu's heart was stirred. He couldn't help but say, Nansien, don't worry. The marriage alliance with the Western Xia is just a pretense. I will protect you personally. I won't let you marry anyone. Why? Yelu Nansien tilted her head and looked at him. Her pretty face showed a hint of curiosity. Because you are my woman. If you want to marry, you can only marry me, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. You are surrounded by beauties in the imperial palace. You want to enjoy the pleasures of the world. But now you're telling me this. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? Yelu Nansien said lightly. I know that you Han women value your chastity very much. You even want to marry a man who has touched your skin. But we, the people of the prairie, don't have that rule. Yang Zhou, that night was just a beautiful misunderstanding. You don't need to take responsibility for me. I don't need you to take responsibility. Whoever I marry in the future is my own choice. You don't need to worry about it. Maybe when I find the Western Xia crown prince pleasing to the eye, I'll marry him. Song Qingshu coldly snorted. If that's the case, I'll kill him before that happens. There are so many men in this world. You can't kill every single one of them. Yelu Nansien chuckled. She didn't seem to care about his threat. She turned around and left the tower, leaving behind a tall and elegant silhouette. Watching that pair of perfectly round and well-proportioned legs that could mesmerize any man gradually disappear at the top of the stairs, thinking of her cold and resolute words, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. But after a while, Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that Yelu Nansien had just used the word beautiful to describe that night. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Could it be that Sundara is the unique characteristic of all the princesses in this world? He raised his head to look for Yelu Nansien. Unfortunately, she was nowhere to be found. I'll untie the knot in her heart the next time I come back. Coming down from the tower, Song Qingshu didn't return to the imperial palace. Instead, he hurried to the southern courtyard's king's mansion. He had already arranged for Zi to wait for Xiao Yuanshan for a few days. Of course, she appeared as Azu. Counting the days, Xiao Yuanshan's injuries should be more or less healed. Presumably, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would return to Shangjing City in the next few days. Quietly sneaking into the southern courtyard's king's mansion, Song Qingshu had a faint smile on his face. He had already sensed Xiao Yuanshan's presence in the mansion. He really came. The most important question now was whether or not Zi could successfully fool Xiao Yuanshan's eyes by pretending to be Azu. Chapter 1607. When Song Qingshu neared the study, he discovered that Xiao Yuanshan was already chatting with Zi. He purposely stopped outside the door for a while and discovered that Xiao Yuanshan was mainly asking if Zi had encountered any danger during this period of time, and what happened in Shangjing City recently. Zi, on the other hand, dealt with them calmly. Every frown and smile was exactly the same as Azu. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. Zi, this girl is really a natural actress. If I didn't know beforehand, I most likely wouldn't be able to tell right now, not to mention the careless Xiao Yuanshan. That sister of yours really left? At this moment, Xiao Yuanshan suddenly opened his mouth to ask. A strange look flashed across Zi's eyes, but she still nodded. That's right, she went to look for the ice silkworm. She left the second day after Uncle left. What, looking for the ice silkworm? That's just an excuse, Xiao Yuanshan snorted coldly. She just saw that Feng was in trouble, and now that you two are in trouble, she's afraid of implicating her. What sister, Tui, afraid of death? Xiao Yuanshan didn't have any misgivings. He became more and more excited, scolding Ah Zi, but he didn't expect the main character to be standing right in front of him. Ah Zi's eyebrows twitched as she listened, although she still maintained a smile on her face. Anyone could see that her smile was stiff, as if it could explode at any moment. Song Qingshu was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself, then all his previous efforts would be wasted, so he hurriedly walked in and interrupted Xiao Yuanshan's crazy scolding. "Senior Xiao." Only then did Xiao Yuanshan see him, his expression softening a little. "So it's Qingshu, do you see, blood sisters aren't as reliable as sworn brothers." Song Qingshu. Ah Zi. Is Senior Zhao's injury healed? Song Qingshu wondered why this fellow wouldn't let go of Ah Zi, and had no choice but to change the topic again. Xiao Yuanshan patted his chest. "This injury is nothing, although it hasn't fully healed, it's more or less healed. I wanted to save Feng, how could I stay in the mountains?" Song Qingshu nodded. "Senior Xiao came at the right time, we were planning to take action tonight." "So fast?" Xiao Yuanshan said with a frown. "Ever since the prisoners were robbed a few times, the current imperial prison is no longer the same as it was in the past. Not only is it heavily guarded, there are experts as numerous as the clouds. Will we be able to rescue Feng like this?" Song Qingshu already had a plan for this. He explained calmly, "I've already found out that tonight is the night when they change guards. When the time comes, the two groups of people will inevitably reveal some flaws. It won't be difficult for us to sneak in. As for the soldiers and experts in the prison, of course, we can't fight them head-on." As he spoke, he took out a small vermilion porcelain bottle. "Western Xia's first-class hall's grieving softening wind." Xiao Yuanshan could be considered to be very knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the item in Xiao Yuanshan's hand. Song Qingshu nodded. "That's right. With this, we won't have to fight with those guards, and we'll be able to rescue Big Brother Xiao quickly." "That's great, ha ha." This was the first good news that Xiao Yuanshan had heard in this period of time. However, Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. "Actually, it's not difficult to rescue Big Brother Xiao. The problem is where we should go after we rescue him. Yelu Hongji should be able to react very quickly. If he keeps sending soldiers or experts to chase after us, it will also be troublesome. It's best for us to first find a place that can withstand the pressure from Liao and Lai Lo for a while." Xiao Yuanshan nodded in agreement. Jin and Qing are the first to be eliminated. They have a feud with Liao. Although we have a falling out with Liao's emperor, how can we do something like surrender to an enemy country? As for Western Xia, we can't do it either. Firstly, the clue of grieving softening wind will soon lead Liao in that direction. Secondly, I heard that Western Xia and Liao are planning to unite by marriage. At that time, Western Xia might be pressured into handing us over. Originally, Song is a good place to go. Unfortunately, the Song people betrayed us and joined forces with Jin to attack Liao. It almost caused our country to be destroyed. It's fine if we don't go. Looks like Mongolia is more suitable." At this time, Zi blinked her eyes and said in a timely manner, "Now that Mongolia and Liao are allies, what if Yelu Hongji sends a note to Genghis Khan and the Mongolians send you back?" This. Xiao Yuanshan hesitated. This kind of situation was very likely to happen. Now that things had come to this, he was shocked to find that there was no place for him and his son in this big world. Zi smiled and said, "Uncle, did you forget that there is actually another place to go?" Xiao Yuanshan couldn't help but slap his forehead. "Look at my memory, I actually forgot about Qingshu's Golden Snake Camp." That's right, with the Golden Snake Camp's current strength, there is indeed no need to fear Liao. Elder Xiao, Big Brother Zhao's name is known throughout the world. If I can get your help, I will definitely welcome you with open arms. but I'm afraid that you won't think much of my place." Song Qingshu had a difficult expression. "Qingshu, you worry too much. You have saved our lives many times. Not to mention that you have 1,000 miles of fertile land and 100,000 strong army. Even if you were really just a mountain king of the green forest, we would definitely come to repay you." Xiao Yuanshan laughed loudly. "It's just that I am old now and only have interest in martial arts. I don't want to deal with these mundane matters. So when the time comes, I will let Fenger help you. I will return to Shaolin and learn a few more techniques to piss off those old bald donkeys." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He was worried that after saving Xiao Feng would wholeheartedly go into seclusion. Wouldn't he have saved him for nothing? So he purposely dug a trap to lure Xiao Yuanshan into it. When the time came, he would go and persuade Xiao Feng. As for Xiao Yuanshan himself, Song Qingshu didn't really care that much about him. If Xiao Yuanshan left, it would save him trouble. More importantly, he could also go and annoy those Shaolin guys. It was killing two birds with one stone. After that, the few of them discussed the details of the operation and quietly waited for the sky to turn dark. After nightfall, Song Qingshu and Xiao Yuanshan took advantage of the change of guards to sneak into the prison. As for Zi, because her martial arts were too weak, she would only be a burden if she followed them. So, he had her leave the city early and prepare a few horses to wait for them in a residential area in the outskirts. In any case, whether it was Song Qingshu or Xiao Feng, with their martial arts, a mere city wall wouldn't be able to stop them. Xiao Feng was currently meditating in the prison. Previously, the poison in Yelu Hongji's wine was too strong. Even with his martial arts, he had to meditate every day to force the poison out. Only today did he manage to force the poison out. In retrospect, he couldn't help but sigh. Yelu Hongji really didn't plan to kill him. Otherwise, why would he allow him to leisurely force the poison out? If someone casually sealed his acupuncture points or pierced his shoulder blades, he most likely wouldn't be able to force the poison out by himself for the rest of his life. Just as he was sighing with emotion, his heart suddenly stirred. Because he continuously heard bursts of piu-piu sounds. With his experience, how could he not know that it was the sound of people falling to the ground? Someone broke into the prison? Xiao Feng was about to get up when he suddenly felt dizzy. He hurriedly held his breath and concentrated on forcing the poison out. His expression was incomparably solemn. Sorrowful wind softening. "Thank you to yesterday's king of pigeons, Zhang Mao of Hongqing, Moon Flo Hen, please call me Li Erniu P2 Luo, Book Friends 54275834, 529297149, Invincible Existence, smiling towards the Sun and Fancy Gang, for their gifts and support." Chapter 1608. Xiao Feng's first thought was that the people from Western Xia's Class 1 Hall had come to break him out of prison. He wondered whether they were here to save him or to kill him. Before he could come to a conclusion, he saw Song Qingshu rush in. "Second brother, it's you?" Xiao Feng was surprised and delighted. Because he had sworn brotherhood with Duan Yu before, he had also counted Duan Yu in when he swore brotherhood with Song Qingshu. Duan Yu was the youngest, so he was ranked third, and Song Qingshu was ranked second. "Big brother Xiao, I'm here to save you." Song Qingshu felt a little gloomy when he heard Duan Yu address him as second brother. Firstly, it felt weird for a man to be called second brother. Secondly, he didn't like Duan Yu's temperament of a good-for-nothing young master. However, although Duan Yu was a useless worm to the clan like Jiabaoyu, he was gentle and had a good character. So, Song Qingshu reluctantly accepted him as a sworn brother. Song Qingshu shook his hand and broke the prison's chains. He came to Xiao Feng's side and noticed that Xiao Feng's hands and feet were shackled. He swung his hand and sword chi shot out in all directions, breaking the shackles. Second brother's sword chi is truly invincible. Even the sturdy chains can't block its sharpness. Xiao Feng regained his freedom and moved his arms and legs as he praised. He was a top-class elite in the world, so there was no way he could not tell how great this sword qi was. Big brother, you're making fun of me. Song Qinshu took out the antidote for the sorrowful wind softener and let him smell it. Uncle is guarding outside. Let's go. Even though Xiao Feng was not deeply poisoned, he could not hold his breath forever. When he smelled the antidote for the sorrowful wind softener, he was instantly energized. All right. Without any hesitation, he rushed out with Xiao Feng. This was the greatest difference between him and Guojing. Guojing was a little inflexible in certain aspects, but Xiao Feng was much more decisive. He did not think about whether he should betray Liao or not. He would think about it after he got out. Xiao Yuanshan guarded the door in case the reinforcements who heard the news rushed over and trapped them inside. When he saw Song Qinshu come out with his son, he was overjoyed. You're out so soon? Let's go. The few of them didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards were still stunned by the sorrowful softening wind and the soldiers outside the perimeter hadn't reacted yet, the three of them quickly used their lightness skills and left. The whole process could be said to be like the wind, leaving everyone speechless. The three of them ran all the way out. At this time, it was already nightfall, and the city gate had long been closed. However, this was not a problem for the three of them. They did not intend to leave through the city gate anyway. They directly chose a remote part of the city wall and directly climbed over it. After jumping over the city wall, the few of them sped through the wilderness. At this moment, it was as if they were fish leaping through the vast sea and birds soaring through the sky. Xiao Feng no longer had any misgivings and laughed out loud. Second brother's Qin Gong is truly unparalleled. Just now, I had to step on the city wall to borrow strength, and father had to use the long whip. Second brother, you were able to easily leap over the city wall. After all, Shangjing City was the capital of Liao. The city wall was tall and thick, to the extent that even top-notch experts like Xiao Feng and Xiao Yuanshan couldn't leap over it in one go. They had to borrow strength midway to continue. However, Song Qinshu had easily climbed up the city wall. No wonder he was so surprised. Xiao Yuanshan was also filled with emotion at the side. I have practiced martial arts for my whole life. Only when I met Qinshu did I feel that I have lived all these years like a dog. Song Qinshu smiled and replied, in terms of palm techniques, I am not as strong as brother Xiao. In terms of whip techniques, I am also not as good as senior Xiao. The two of you are really too humble. A young man who is neither arrogant nor rash, and has such a temperament is even rarer. The more Xiao Yuanshan looked at him, the more satisfied he was. If he had a daughter, he would most likely marry her to him. This time, Song Qinshu intentionally slowed down his pace and advanced side by side with the father and son. Fortunately, the two of them were originally experts in the world, and their speed was also extremely fast. Very soon, the three of them arrived at the agreed place to meet up with Azu. Seeing the girl in the pink dress in the wooden house, Xiao Feng couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Xiao. Brother Xiao. At first, Azu was still a little shaky, but she quickly got into the role of Azu. Seeing that Xiao Feng also didn't recognize Azu, Song Qinshu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was secretly glad that Xiao Feng was a true gentleman. Normally, he treated Azu with courtesy and didn't have any intimate contact. Otherwise, his mood right now would really be a little strange. There's no time to lose, let's hurry up. Xiao Yuanshan walked over with a few fine horses that he had prepared. Where are we going now? Xiao Feng was startled. To the Golden Snake Camp. Xiao Yuanshan told him about his previous considerations. Who knew that Xiao Feng would hesitate? Before, I refused to lead the troops to attack the Golden Snake Camp and was feared by His Majesty. If I go to the Golden Snake Camp now, wouldn't it be a crime? Xiao Yuanshan said with dissatisfaction. Yelu Hongji treats you like this, why do you still care about him? Song Qingshu said with a smile, Brother Xiao, you may not know, but before, you were imprisoned by Yelu Hongji mainly because of Yelu Isen's interference. He roughly explained Yelu Isen's plot to rebel and cut off Yelu Hongji's wings one by one. Yelu Isen's plot was clearly exposed, but the emperor didn't have the slightest intention of letting you go. He even sent more troops to guard you, Xiao Yuanshan said hatefully when he mentioned this. As the saying goes, the heart of a Taoist is hard to predict. He knows that after this incident, there's already a rift in your heart, so he doesn't dare to use you anymore. It's only because of your prestige that he doesn't dare to make a move against you for now. After a period of time, when he stabilizes the situation, I'm afraid it will be your death. Xiao Feng was silent. Clearly, with his understanding of Yelu Hongji, he agreed with his father's judgment. However, the two of them were sworn brothers in the past, so he couldn't say anything. He took the initiative to change the topic. What's going on with Yelu Isen's rebellion? When he was locked up in prison, he had faintly heard the jailers discuss this matter. However, the information he received was fragmented, so he didn't understand everything. Xiao Yuanshan then roughly explained what had happened in Jing after he was imprisoned. Xiao Feng listened with amazement. The emperor is really unfathomable to be able to make a comeback in this kind of situation. Everyone is guessing what kind of trump card the emperor has. Some say that the emperor is actually a super expert, some say that there's an old eunuch hidden in the imperial palace, and some say that it was the elder of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. There are many different opinions, but no one can come to a conclusion. Xiao Yuanshan's tone was also full of doubt. Although the emperor has martial arts, he can't be considered a super expert. Xiao Feng had fought with him before they became sworn brothers, so he naturally knew his background. The Secret Intelligence Bureau has always been mysterious, it's most likely them who did it. At the side, Song Qingshu listened to the two's discussion. At the same time, he was secretly vigilant. He had to remind Zhao Min and Su Quan to make some arrangements in this area to avoid being suspected by smart people. After chatting for a while, Zi timely opened her mouth. Brother Xiao, now that the world is in chaos, we can't go grazing horses and sheep outside the Great Wall even if we want to. It just so happens that we have nowhere to go, not to mention that Qingshu has saved our lives many times. It's reasonable for us to go to the Golden Snake Camp to help repay him. Song Qingshu hurriedly waved his hand. I saved you out of brotherly and friendship, not for any repayment. Xiao Feng laughed loudly. Second brother worries too much. We've come to help you out of brotherly and friendship, not to mention that I need the protection of the Golden Snake Camp. Chapter 1609. Not long after, the city gate of Shangjing was opened, and some pursuers came out. Hearing the commotion, they finally reached an agreement and rode east to the Golden Snake Camp. Along the way, Song Qingshu was most worried that Zi's identity would be exposed. Fortunately, the little demon girl's acting skills were excellent, and she fooled the two old Jianghu men without the slightest suspicion. Of course, this was also the reason why the father and son were not on guard. Otherwise, no matter how good Zi's acting was, there would always be some flaws. After rushing east and entering the territory of the Golden Snake Camp, Xiao Yuanshan said goodbye and left. After all, he was old and did not want to be burdened by the secular world. He only wanted to study martial arts. Xiao Feng could not stop him, but when he heard that he was going back to Shaolin, he was shocked. Don't worry, with my martial arts, I won't be discovered, Xiao Yuanshan said conceitedly. Xiao Feng frowned, but that sweeping monk Xiao Yuanshan's eyes also flashed a trace of fear. This time I will stay far away from the Sutras depository. In such a big Shaolin, it is not only the depository that secretly learns martial arts. Xiao Feng understood that his father was wrongly accused by the people of the Central Plains of stealing martial arts from Shaolin. As a result, he was ambushed by masters from various sects at Yanmen Pass, causing his mother's death. These years, his father has continuously killed those who participated in the battle at Yanmen Pass, and at the same time secretly learned Shaolin martial arts as revenge. Didn't you accuse me of stealing martial arts? Then I will steal it for you to see. Because it involved his mother, Xiao Feng could not persuade him, so he could only let Xiao Yuanshan do as he pleased. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuanshan, they finally returned to Tai, and 2 days later. Originally, Jinan, Yangzhou, and even Jining were larger than Taiyan within the sphere of influence of the Golden Snake Camp. However, to the north of Jinan was the Yellow River, and further to the north was the Hebei Plain, which could be described as a vast expanse of flat land with no strongholds to defend. Although Yangzhou was prosperous, it was too close to the southern Song dynasty. Once the southern Song dynasty sent troops, Yangzhou would be the first to bear the brunt. Jining had the advantage of the Sisui River, so it could easily and quickly transport resources from the Yellow River and Huai River. However, to its west was the Central Plains, which was similarly undefended. Although the Jin Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom were under the secret control of Song Qingshu, this relationship could not be made public, so they could only set up their camp in Taiyan. To the north of Taiyan was the Tai Mountain. During the spring and autumn, Lu relied on this line of defense to resist the powerful kingdom for hundreds of years, so there was no doubt about the safety. This allowed the people of Golden Snake Camp to feel at ease. At the same time, it also dispelled the thoughts of some ambitious people from the Jin Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom to launch a surprise attack on Golden Snake Camp. After all, if the probability of success was extremely high, even the emperor could not stop the opinions of all the civil and military officials in the court. Golden Snake Camp had long since received intelligence that Audiobook led the leaders of the 12 palaces and the newly promoted core members of Golden Snake Camp out to welcome them. In fact, after the encirclement and suppression by the Qin Kingdom, several of the leaders of the 12 palaces of Golden Snake Camp had betrayed them. In addition, during this period of time, Song Qingshu and Audiobook had promoted their own trusted aide. The so-called 12 palaces of Golden Snake Camp had long since ceased to exist in name. Of course, these leaders still held venerated positions. However, with the exception of Shuijian, Situ Boile, and a few others who had close relationships with Song Qingshu and Audiobook, the others had long since become nominal. However, they had no complaints. At present, Song Qingshu was like the sun in the sky, leading the Golden Snake Camp to become famous throughout the world. These people had already enjoyed far more than when they were mountain kings. At that time, they did not follow Chu Honglu and the others in betrayal, indicating that they did not have much ambition. Song Qingshu did not burn the bridge after crossing the river and instead treated them well, which was enough to satisfy them. Paying respects to the Prince of Qi. With Audiobook taking the lead in kneeling, the group of people successively paid their respects to Song Qingshu. This was also Audiobook's intention. He wanted to gradually break away from the Jianghu atmosphere of Golden Snake Camp. After all, the Prince of Qi was officially conferred the title of Prince by the Han Emperor. In the hearts of the people of the world, his rallying power was far greater than the title of Golden Snake King. Previously, after Song Qingshu had publicly announced his departure for the southern Song dynasty, Audiobook no longer used his identity to appear. After all, he did not wish for two Song Qingshu to appear at the same time, which would easily cause the people of the world to be indescribably astonished. However, this did not affect Audiobook's daily work. This was because, after these days of management, Golden Snake Camp had long since become a solid block of iron. In addition, Song Qingshu's fame was growing. Just by relying on her identity as the matriarch, she was able to intimidate the masses. There was no need for her to pretend to be Song Qingshu. "Brothers, please rise." Song Qingshu hastily went forward to greet them. Now that his great undertaking had not been accomplished, he could not put on the airs of an emperor. With a wave of his hand, those who were kneeling immediately felt a gentle lifting force. They could not help but stand up involuntarily. They could not help but be incomparably shocked. They thought that this skill was truly shocking. However, after being shocked, they also felt gratified. After all, the stronger the leader, the better it would be for them to follow. After greeting everyone in turn, Song Qingshu pulled Xiao Feng over and introduced him. "This is my sworn brother, Xiao Feng. From now on, he will be staying in Golden Snake Camp for a period of time. Everyone should get to know each other. So it's King Xiao of the Southern Courtyard. The famous North Xiao Feng, Chief Xiao of the Beggar Sect." Many of the people present were martial artists. It could be said that they had long heard of his name. One after another, they came forward to greet him. Before Song Qingshu appeared, Xiao Feng of the younger generation should be one of the most famous figures in the world. Taking advantage of this moment, Song Qingshu pulled Audiobook aside. "Audiobook, it has been hard on you during this period." Audiobook pursed his lips and smiled. "How is it hard for me to stay in the residence every day? On the contrary, it is not only hard for you to travel around the world, but also dangerous for you to travel between different forces." Hearing such understanding words from her, Song Qingshu could not help but feel greatly moved. If it was not for the fact that they were in public, he might not be able to resist holding her in his arms and taking good care of her. After chatting for a while, Song Qingshu learned that Xia Qingqing, Xing Rou, and Jiao Weiner had all gone out on official business. Now that the sphere of influence was expanding, many places needed the most core people to guard. "If Sister Xing Rou knew that you were coming back, I am afraid that no matter what you said, she would not leave Tian." Audiobook suddenly sighed. "I have let her down." Song Qingshu was silent. Back then, he had married Xing Rou mainly to gain the support of Situ Boilei's faction. After they got married, the two could be said to be separated more often than not. They only saw each other a few times a year. He was really not a good husband. In the original work, her presence was already very low. Unexpectedly in this world she was still like this, but she has never regretted it, Audiobook said quietly. "She once told me that when she saw you by the window that night, she knew that you were the man destined for her. Now, she only needs to hear news about you to be happy for half a day, so you don't have to blame yourself too much. The more she asks for nothing, the more I blame myself." Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. "Can you handle the self-blame?" Audiobook revealed a faint smile and pointed to a tall girl not far away. "In the future, I am afraid that you will also be full of self-blame towards her." Many people complained to the monk, asking him to accept Azu because they felt that Azu had been touched by the main character, so she was the main character's woman. If she were to be given to Xiao Feng, they would feel that she was a cuckold or something. I was also quite depressed. Song Qingshu had never liked Azu, and Azu also didn't like Song Qingshu. Just because Song saw her naked body, without any real relationship, she became Song's woman? I can understand that some readers want to accept the whole plot, but the character of Azu in the original work wasn't even considered the female lead, and she didn't have a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. In this book, her identity was also not worth mentioning: no family power, no sect, etc. It was easy to accept her, but what about after that? Just like Xing Rou and the other women, what was the difference between being on the shelf and being in the cold palace? Since that was the case, it was better to fulfill her and Xiao Feng in the original work, a pair of sad lovers. Many people complained that with Huang Rong as an example, Azu was pretending to be unable to do it. I also explained that Huang Rong and Azu were significantly different. She was prettier than Azu, and she was the famous female lead in the original work. Most importantly, most of the readers had Huang Rong's plot, so their plots were completely different. In fact, the monk somewhat regretted writing Huang Rong's plot. He should have written the ambiguous relationship between the two, just like the male lead and Madame Xiao in The Best Servant. Unfortunately, the monk didn't control himself when he wrote it. After all, the monk was once a reader and also had a strong Huang Rong plot. In addition, the monk previously said that he didn't plan to accept Azu, but there was a small possibility that the plot developed beyond my control. For example, I wrote that Azu pretended to be Zi to deceive Song Qinshu. This plot was suddenly thought of when I was writing it. In the original work, Azu loved to disguise herself as Xiao Feng, Miracle Dr. Shui, by Shijing and Duan Zhengchun to deceive people. In the end, she ended up in the plot herself. When I wrote that she pretended to be Zi to trick the main character, I thought it fit her character. It was also something she could do. However, the main character took advantage of her again, which was beyond my initial expectations. Actually, I shouldn't have arranged for the plot where Song Qinshu saw Azu naked. At that time, I thought that Song Qinshu wanted to ensure that she wouldn't betray him. This was the last insurance that he used to threaten her and Xiao Feng's happiness. However, I didn't expect that the readers would think that it wasn't appropriate to make Xiao Feng a cuckold. On the other hand, those who supported accepting the plot thought that since she had a relationship with the main character, she shouldn't give her to Xiao Feng. It would make the main character cuckold. Chapter 16:10. Song Qinshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall girl looking at him with a blushing face. It was Yelu Qi's sister Yelu Yan. Of all the girls he knew, Yelu Yan was probably the tallest. In addition, her figure was extremely slender. In his previous life, she would definitely be a world-famous model. But although she was tall, perhaps because of her age, her face had a trace of childishness. The two completely different combinations made Song Qinshu a little distressed. If others could be described as having a childish complexion and large breasts, then what could Yelu Yan be described as having a childish complexion and tall slender? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a suitable adjective. At this time, Ajiu, who was beside him, had already pulled him over to her. When she heard that you were coming back, Miss Yelu also pestered you to come along. Sister Ajiu, hearing her teasing, Yelu Yan was so embarrassed that she quickly hid behind her brother. But she still secretly looked at Song Qinshu from time to time. She already knew about the marriage alliance, and that the person in front of her was her husband. How could she not be curious? Uncle, brother Yelu. Song Qinshu smiled at Yelu Yan, then cupped his hands in greeting to Yelu Chukai and Yelu Qi. Yelu Chukai and Yelu Qi hurriedly cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, master. Song Qinshu smiled slightly. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Yelu Chukai also smiled. Etiquette cannot be ignored. After the marriage, we will not be courteous with you. Yen come and meet your brother Song. Yelu Yan shyly stood up from behind her brother. Although she was still shy because of her young age, growing up on the grasslands gave her the courage to look at her lover. Song Qinshu smiled at her. Hello, Sister Yan. Yelu Yan replied in a small voice, Hello, brother Song. Song Qinshu sighed inwardly. He was not like the protagonists in the novels he had read in his previous life who rejected marriage alliances. As long as it was beneficial to his cause and he did not hate it, he could completely accept a new marriage. In fact, this was the mainstream view of this world. For example, Ajiu and Zhao Min, who were born in the royal family, were quite supportive of this. Zhou Zhirua and Dongfang Muxue, who were born in the pugilistic world but had a lot of ambition, also turned a blind eye to it. Even if the others were unwilling, they could not express their opposition under such circumstances. In fact, a marriage alliance did not necessarily mean a simple exchange of benefit. For example, with Ajiu and Ren Yingying, both could be said to be in love with each other. A marriage alliance was the icing on the cake, but it had to be said that the probability of this happening was too small. In most cases, one would marry someone who had no feelings for each other. Whether it was Xing Rou or Yelu Yen, although they were not outstanding beauties, they were still good-looking beauties. From a man's point of view, they were still very attractive. But Song Qinshu had to admit that he did not love them, so it was destined that they would not be happy in the future. However, it was necessary to marry them. Previously, he needed the support of Sidu Lading's faction, and now he needed the Yelu family's loyalty. Since Yelu Chukai and his father came, the Golden Snake Camp, which had a strong atmosphere of the pugilistic world, had taken on a new look, becoming more and more like a well-organized country, rather than an organization of the pugilistic world. This kind of talent was similar to Zhuge Liang and Sun Yu. Not to mention that his daughter was a top-notch beauty. Even if his daughter was a woman without beauty, he would still marry her without hesitation. Although he felt somewhat sorry for Xing Rou and Yelu Yen, he could only wrong them. All he could do was to take up the responsibility of a husband, and after the matter was over, he would burn the bridge and give their families the corresponding glory. At this time, Xiao Feng also finished greeting the others and walked over. Both sides came from Liao, and now that they met again, they were especially emotional, and they almost held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. When the group returned to the city, Ajio had already arranged a grand banquet. On one hand, it was to welcome Song Qinshu, and on the other hand, it was to welcome Xiao Feng. During the banquet, the officials all toasted to Song Qinshu and Xiao Feng. Because Xiao Feng had been in prison for some time, and because of what happened to Liao, he was depressed, so he simply drank to drown his sorrows. As for Song Qinshu, because he had been running around all year round, he also needed to get close to these confidants in the headquarters. Therefore, both of them did not refuse anyone, and unknowingly drank dozens of jars. Xiao Feng originally had a large capacity, and Song Qinshu had been influenced by the high concentration of strong alcohol in his later life. Coupled with his vigorous internal energy, even a little bit of drunkenness would be dissolved by his internal energy, so the two of them drank more and more excitedly. Later, Xiao Feng pulled Yelu Qi to talk about all kinds of things about Liao. Yelu Chukai then moved to Song Qinshu's side, and after chatting for a while, intentionally or unintentionally mentioned his daughter's marriage. Qinshu, how long do you plan to stay this time? Why don't you arrange the marriage with Yen first? After their family moved to the Golden Snake Camp, their status was a little awkward. Although the Han people and the Khitans were not as hostile as with the female Jinren, they were not very friendly either. They always felt like guests. Only when this marriage was completely settled could they properly integrate into the whole group. This time, Song Qinshu actually did not stay for long. Next, he had to go to the Jin Kingdom to deal with the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. It could be said that there were a lot of headaches. Of course, if he told the truth, maybe Yelu Chukai would think that he was evading, and then they would be disappointed. This time, I came back to marry your daughter, said Song Qinshu half-truthfully. At the same time, he took out a huge luminous pearl. This son-in-law will use this pearl as a betrothal gift. I hope that uncle will marry the pearl in your palm to me. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a fist-sized luminous pearl was really priceless. If it fell into the Jianghu, who knew how many sects would be destroyed, how many families would be ruined, and how many people would die. And to put it bluntly, just this luminous pearl alone could be exchanged for many young girls. Now that he was only asking for a girl's hand in marriage, his sincerity was almost overflowing. But Song Qinshu himself did not care. This luminous pearl was the biggest one he found in the imperial treasury of Liao. In any case, he was offering Buddha with borrowed flowers, so he did not feel bad about it. Moreover, the other party's value was not just priceless. In a sense, this luminous pearl was not for Yelu Yen, nor was it for Yelu Qi. It was mainly for Yelu Chukai, the emperor's assistant. In his heart, one Yelu Chukai was more precious than 1,000 or 10,000 of these pearls. Seeing him take out such a precious betrothal gift, and more importantly, publicly announce this matter, Yelu Chukai couldn't help but be surprised and happy. With such a good son-in-law, what more can I ask for? If the previous engagement was only a private agreement, now that it was completely set, in a sense, it could be said to be announced to the world. There was no possibility of reneging. How could Yelu Chukai, who had always been worried about his family, not be overjoyed? There's no time like the present, why don't we get married today? On the side, a Jew suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 16:11. Although Yelu Chukai wanted to settle his daughter's marriage as soon as possible, he didn't want to get married too hastily. After all, if the wedding was too simple and rushed, his daughter would be looked down upon. Aju seemed to know what he was thinking and said with a smile, "Don't worry, old master. I have already prepared these in advance. Just now, I have already sent someone to help little sister Yen dress up and put on the wedding dress." After saying that, he clapped his hands, and maids came in with red lanterns and red silk. The whole process was very orderly, and it was obvious that they had practiced it many times. She had no choice but to arrange this in such a hurry. Although the Southern Song dynasty hadn't officially started the northern expedition, they had already sent out troops on a small scale. The Jin kingdom still needed Song Qinshu to go back and organize the overall situation. The longer he was late, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, when she knew the day Song Qinshu would come back, she prepared everything in advance. Otherwise, if they waited for the normal wedding process, they would have to choose an auspicious date and a lot of complicated procedures. By then, it would be too late. Hearing that his daughter had already gone to put on the wedding dress, Yelu Chukai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl. At this time, the people in the hall also started to make a ruckus, urging them to have the wedding tonight. Yelu Chukai also drank a lot of wine. At this time, he was tipsy. Coupled with the sincerity that Song Qinshu had just shown and the warm atmosphere around him, he waved his hand, "Then let's get married today." Xiao Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Second brother, big brother has to congratulate you." Although he didn't really agree with the other party's behavior of flirting everywhere, he also understood that the other party's identity was different and couldn't be judged by ordinary people's view of love. Song Qinshu returned a toast to him. "I wonder when I can drink big brother's wedding wine?" Xiao Feng looked at Azi beside him and said with a smile, "In 2 years, when we are herding horses and sheep outside the Great Wall, we will definitely invite second brother to drink at our wedding wine." "Good." Song Qinshu clinked glasses with him and thought in his heart, "After everything is done, I will keep my promise and let Azu go, and help this pair of ill-fated lovebirds." Very quickly, Agio's subordinates set up the wedding hall, and a crowd of people began to watch Song Qinshu and Yelu Yen bow to the heavens and earth. Yelu Chukai, who was invited to the seat of honor, smiled and stroked his beard. Although this wedding was a little rushed and sudden, it could be seen that the 9th princess had carefully prepared it. It was not simple or sloppy, and her daughter did not suffer any grievances. What made him even happier was the 9th princess' attitude. She was so attentive to Yen and in the future, Yen would definitely get along well with her. He had long heard that Song Qinshu had many women around him, but as a member of the royal family, he did not mind. He was mainly concerned about how his daughter got along with those women. The 9th princess was the first wife. Although there seemed to be another official wife in Yangzhou, in terms of status, power, and reputation, the 9th princess would definitely take the position of empress in the future. In the customs of the people of the grasslands, the emperor could usually have several empresses at the same time. This was the biggest difference between them and the dynasties of the Han. With the 9th princess looking after him, Yen would definitely not be bullied in the future. The only thing that made Yelu Chukai a little regretful was that Song Qingshu's parents were not present, but he had heard rumors that in the past, Song Qingshu and the Wu-Tang clan had a grudge, so he guessed that it was not convenient for Song Yuanxiao to appear, so after a little regretful, he expressed his understanding. After the ceremony of bowing to the heavens and earth, the bride was helped back to the bridal chamber by the maidservants, and Song Qingshu was pulled back to the banquet. After the interlude of the wedding, the atmosphere once again reached a new climax. Before, everyone took turns to toast him and Xiao Feng, but this time, no one toasted Xiao Feng, and everyone toasted him. Song Qingshu also relied on his strong internal energy, and could be said to not refuse any of the toasts, causing everyone to cheer. Sometimes people were strange like this. Before, they were still unfamiliar with each other, but after drinking once, their relationship naturally became harmonious. It was unknown how much time had passed, but in the end it was Audiobook who felt sorry for him, and stood out to block the wine for him, saying, "Don't try to persuade him any more. Today, he has already drunk enough. If he drinks any more, he won't be able to enter the bridal chamber." Her words caused everyone to roar with laughter, but no one was stupid enough to try to persuade him again. First, he had drunk too much, and they were afraid that if he drank any more there would be problems with his body. Second, Audio's prestige was here, and since she had spoken, these people did not want to be unlucky. Help the Prince of Qi into the bridal chamber. The rest of you continue to drink. Audiobook called over a few maidservants, and together, they supported Song Qingshu into the inner residence. With the two big bosses gone, the atmosphere actually relaxed, and the group of heroes continued to drink with each other. After leaving the main hall, Audiobook simply went over to personally support Song Qingshu. Smelling his body reeking of alcohol, she could not help but roll her eyes at him, saying, "You are really something, drinking everyone who comes to toast you. Are you not afraid of harming your body?" Song Qingshu's face was somewhat red, and he laughed mischievously, saying, "Today is a happy day. If I drink some people's wine and refuse others' wine, wouldn't I chill the hearts of a group of people?" Audiobook said unhappily, "It is clearly because you are not drunk after 1,000 cups that you do not refuse anyone. Look at the other leaders. Every time they drink, it is enough. Don't worry, with my cultivation, this wine can't get me drunk." Hearing her complaints, Song Qingshu's heart warmed. Suddenly, he felt as if he was being cared for by his wife. This was the warmth of a family that other women could not give him. "I know you are amazing, okay? If you are so amazing, then don't make me support you as you walk." Audiobook pinched him, but did not bear to use force. "Here, the bridal chamber is here. Go in by yourself." Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu, with a face full of saliva, pulled her back, saying, "Why don't we go in together?" Audiobook's face instantly turned red, and he guiltily glanced at the maid beside him, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is the bridal chamber for you and little sister Yen. You know what I am talking about. We can go together." Song Qingshu, under the influence of alcohol, laughed mischievously. Audiobook finally could not stand him anymore and pushed him to the maid beside him, saying, "The Prince of Qi is drunk. Help him in to rest." Yes, those maids also blushed, looking as if they wanted to laugh but did not dare to. They supported Song Qingshu and walked into the bridal chamber. Audiobook remained outside, stroking his burning cheeks and secretly spitting, saying, "Tomorrow, after you sober up, I will settle the score with you." After the maids escorted Song Qingshu into the bridal chamber, they tactfully left. When they left, they even considerately closed the door. Gazing at the bride sitting upright on the bed with a red veil on her head, Song Qingshu staggered over. Shakily, he untied the red veil. Gazing at the blushing young girl, he smiled and said, "Little sister Yen, shouldn't we drink a cup of wine from our wedding?" Yelu Yen timidly raised her head and glanced at him. Seeing his staggering appearance, she hastily stood up and supported him, saying, "Brother Song, why are you so drunk? quickly sit down. It's not the wine that intoxicates you, but the wine that intoxicates you. Song Qingshu pulled her into his embrace, feeling the young girl's tall and slender figure. Today is our wedding day. I am happy. I will go get you some water. In the past dozen years, Yelu Yen had never been hugged like this by a man. Smelling the masculine scent of alcohol on his body, she could not help but tremble. Chapter 16:12. Seeing the wine jug fly over, Yelu Yan's eyes widened. She had never seen such exquisite and magical martial arts before. No wonder she had been secretly asking for information about her fiancé. Other than the Golden Snake King and the Chi King, everyone secretly called him the Banished Immortal. Thinking about how he could summon thunder and lightning and how he could climb up to the heavens to pray for rain, the young girl's worship of him had reached its peak. Now that she saw this scene, she was both shocked and proud. She thought that her husband really was the most powerful man in the world. The women of the grasslands worshipped the strong, and Yelu Yen was no exception. At this time, Song Qingshu had already poured the wine and handed one cup to her. Come, let's drink cross-cup wine. Yelu Yen looked hesitant. Brother Song, you have already drunk so much. If you drink more, Sister Yen knows how to care for me, Song Qingshu said jokingly. Don't worry, this little wine is no problem. Even if you really get drunk, you can't save on the cross-cup wine. Yes, Yelu Yen blushed. Before today, the two of them could be said to be strangers, and they had not exchanged more than 10 words. She did not expect that this man would become her husband. After this small interlude, the two of them became much more familiar with each other. In fact, this was also on Song Qingshu's purpose. As a man, he naturally did not mind having a relationship with a beautiful young girl, but she was a woman, and a young one at that. Her heart was probably filled with fear and anxiety for the future. The two of them crossed hands and their bodies were closer than they had ever been. After drinking the cross-cup wine, Song Qingshu sniffed and said with a smile, Sister Yen's body smells so good, unlike me who stinks of alcohol. This is the powder that Sister Aju chose for me, Yelu Yen said with a red face. Brother Song, you don't stink. Looking at her timid appearance, Song Qingshu laughed out loud. You don't have to worry about anything. I can't stand the smell of alcohol on me anymore. How about this, I'll go take a bath first, then I'll come back to find you. Don't, Yelu Yen grabbed him by the lapel. Her face looked especially beautiful under the light of the phoenix coronet. Don't go. She hesitated for a moment, then added, We people on the prairie all love to drink. For us, the smell of alcohol is not only not bad, but it also represents manliness. I like the smell of Big Brother Song right now. Although Song Qingshu had used his zhenqi to dissolve most of the alcohol, he had drunk too much tonight and was now a little tipsy. The girl's soft and tender words were more potent than the strongest aphrodisiac in the world, causing his body to heat up instantly. Since that's the case, then I won't leave. Song Qingshu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at his new wife. In terms of appearance, she was not the best among the women he knew, but her greatest advantage was her slender and tall figure, as well as the heroic spirit that was mixed with a sense of childishness between her brows. He suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Sister Yen, how old are you this year? Yelu Yan's face blushed slightly, as if embarrassed to say it out loud. After hesitating for a moment, she moved closer to his ear and whispered a number. When Song Qingshu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. So young? I couldn't tell at all. I'm not young. Many of the sisters in my tribe who grew up with me have already married and given birth to many children, Yelu Yen explained a little nervously. I was just a little taller than them when I was young. Big Brother Song, you won't dislike me, right? I heard that you Han people like petite and exquisite women. I can't wait to be happy. Why would I dislike you? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Using the excuse of being drunk, he said, In my previous life, Zhang Zilin was the object of countless men's fantasies. I didn't expect to have such good luck. In this world, I can actually get a pure and young version of Zhang Zilin. Yelu Yen was confused. Big Brother Song, who is Zhang Zilin? Miss World from my hometown. A woman who is as tall and has peerlessly long legs like you. Song Qingshu laughed and pulled her into his arms. He moved closer to her ear and kissed her. Tonight, don't mention other people. Yelu Yen was originally curious about what Miss World was, but being held in his arms and enveloped in the man's masculine aura, her body had long since softened. How could she have the mood to think about other things? Although she grew up on the grasslands and was usually quite courageous, in the arms of this man whose name shook the world, her usual boldness disappeared without a trace. She became even more ladylike than a lady, especially when he began to take off her clothes. Her heart trembled violently, and she was even more bashful than those young ladies of noble families. The red wedding dress slowly slid down, accentuating the whiteness and tenderness of her skin. Song Qingshu swallowed. Looking at the slender, well-proportioned, and somewhat tender body in front of him, he could not take his eyes off her. Whether it was towards Xing Rou or Yelu Yen, Song Qingshu knew very well that there was no unforgettable love between them, especially Yelu Yen. He had only met her a few times and was not even close to her as he was with Xing Rou. However, this did not prevent him from admiring her beauty. He was a man. Although love was limited, a man's nature made him have unlimited possessiveness. Looking at the tall, slender, and long legs in front of him, Song Qingshu did not have the mood to think about anything else. He just wanted to enjoy and dote on this new little wife of his and slowly spend this wedding night with her. The bright wedding dress was scattered on the ground, and the curtain on the bed was slowly lowered. The wooden bed could only be seen trembling, and from time to time, the tender moans of the bride could be heard from inside. Only the burning red candle silently witnessed all of this. The next day, Song Qingshu walked out of the bridal chamber feeling refreshed. Before he left, he specifically ordered the maids not to disturb Yelu Yen and let her have a good rest. Then, he went directly to Yelu Chukai and Yelu Qi's residence. Because Yelu Chukai was old and drank a lot yesterday, he woke up a little late, so Yelu Qi received him first. "Qingshu, you're up so early? Did you sleep well last night?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yelu Qi wanted to slap himself. If it was any other day, it would be fine, but last night was the wedding night of the other party and his sister. What kind of brother would ask this? Song Qingshu paused and answered subconsciously, "I slept very well. Your sister is very good and she is very good at serving people." Not only was she not good, she made him very satisfied. That tall and slender body was really a man's gift in bed, and it was a perfect example of what it meant to have fun with legs. Yelu Yen was, after all, a young girl, and her tender body could not bear it. Song Qingshu was also worried that he would hurt her, so he did not force it. However, her amazingly long legs were enough for him to spend the rest of the night delightfully. Of course, this was not something he could discuss with Yelu Qi. Chapter 16:13. There is indeed something. Song Qingshu sat down and picked up his teacup, but did not continue to speak. Instead, he asked if they were used to living in the Golden Snake Camp. Yelu Qi knew that he was probably waiting for his father to arrive before telling him, so he didn't think much of it. The two of them chatted idly like this. Not long after, Yelu Chukai finally finished washing up and came out. Song Qingshu hurriedly got up and saluted. Qingshu greets father-in-law. At the same time, he felt a little strange. Thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have a lot of convenient fathers-in-law now. It was really a headache. Fortunately, Song Yuanxiao did not come, otherwise with his rigid temper, he would probably scold him for this matter. "Qingshu is too polite. Why are you here so early? Did you rest well last night?" When Yelu Chukai said this, Yelu Qi, who was next to him, suddenly had a strange expression. I rested very well, thank you father-in-law for your concern. Song Qinshu replied insincerely. He naturally could not tell the other party that he did not rest at all last night, but his daughter was tormented for the whole night. Where is Yen why is she not with you? Yelu Chukai looked around and did not see his daughter. Song Qinshu explained, Yen is still sleeping. This child is still so sleepy. She is already a wife, how can she be like before? It is really improper. Yelu Chukai blew his beard and stared. He did not really want to blame his daughter, but he was worried that his daughter's sleepiness would make her husband unhappy, and it would easily make the 9th princess unhappy. Song Qinshu hurriedly said, she was too tired yesterday. She wanted to come with us, but I saw that she could not open her eyes, and it was difficult to get out of bed, so I let her rest. Too tired? Why is she tired? Yelu Chukai suddenly reacted. The other party also mentioned that she could not get out of bed. As someone who had been through it, how could he not understand what was going on? At the same time, he was secretly shocked that his daughter's physical fitness had always been good, but she could not get out of bed because of him? As a father, he was both distressed and gratified. He was distressed that his daughter was injured, but gratified that she had such a husband. His daughter should be happy for the rest of her life. But these words could not be said to Song Qinshu. Could they praise him for his ability? Feeling extremely conflicted, Yelu Chutsai's old face instantly became awkward. Yelu Chi, who was at the side, saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly helped his father out of the predicament. Father, Qinshu came over this time to say that he has something to discuss with us. Oh, Yelu Chukai hurriedly nodded. I wonder why Qinshu is here this time. Song Qinshu then said, you two should have heard about what happened to Liao recently, right? Yelu Chukai and Yelu Chi looked at each other, nodded and said, I have heard a little about it. Yelu Isin really has the ambition of a wolf, but I did not think that he would really have the guts to rebel. Fortunately, he failed in the end, and this can be considered as comforting the souls of his colleagues who died in his hands all these years in heaven. Song Qinshu smiled and said, now that Yelu Isin's group has been swept clean, the officials of Liao's imperial court have been reshuffled, and there is a lot of power vacuum. Have you two ever thought of going back and making a comeback? Yelu Chukai and Yelu Chi were shocked, and simultaneously waved their hands and said, absolutely not. We are now tied together with the interests of the Golden Snake Battalion, why would we have other thoughts? Yelu Chukai was secretly shocked. No wonder the 9th princess was so anxious to facilitate the marriage between Yen and him last night, so it was because she was afraid that we would return to Liao. Yelu Chi obviously also thought of this, and looked worriedly at his father, thinking in his heart, the other party has come with ill intentions, if we show the slightest thought of returning to the country, I'm afraid. But he quickly rejected this idea, after all, according to their past interactions, the other party was not such a cruel and merciless person, not to mention that he had married Yen. The two of them were already a family, there was even less to worry about. Noticing their expressions, Song Qinshu smiled and said, you two don't have to worry, we are all a family now, why would we deliberately test you? Yelu Chukai laughed, but it was obvious that he had relaxed. Song Qinshu continued, but now that there is a power vacuum in the imperial court of Liao, it is an excellent opportunity, so I want to ask brother-in-law to go back and seize this opportunity, you should be able to go up a level than before. Yelu Chi and his father looked at each other, then smiled bitterly and said, Qinshu, don't joke, we publicly betrayed the imperial court, although it proved that it was Yelu Isin's evil plan, with his majesty's character, how could he admit his mistake? If we go back, not only will we not be able to show our strength, it is more likely that we will be arrested and executed by his majesty. Yelu Chukai also nodded slightly, he had been in the imperial court for many years, and understood Yelu Hongji's character very well, very much agreeing with his son's judgment. You're worrying too much, Song Qingshu said with a smile. I'm not here to send you to your deaths. Of course, I'm prepared. As he spoke, he took out a bright yellow scroll and handed it to them. Why don't you take a look? Both of them were once high officials of the imperial court. How could they not recognize that this was an imperial edict? But they were curious which country's imperial edict this was, or was it an imperial edict issued by Song Qingshu himself? If that was the case, he was too daring. The most important thing in this world was status. If he publicly proclaimed himself emperor, wouldn't he immediately become the target of public criticism? Confused, they took the imperial edict and opened it to take a look. Their expressions immediately became very interesting, their mouths wide open in shock. This is the appointment edict for brother-in-law. Song Qingshu leisurely sipped tea, reinstate his position in the imperial palace, and at the same time control the troops in the capital. Is this real or fake? Yalu Qi felt like he was in a dream, his face full of disbelief as he asked. Of course it is real. How long have you left Liao? Don't tell me you can't even recognize the emperor's imperial jade seal? Song Qingshu said amusedly. Yalu Chukai picked up the edict and carefully examined it. He couldn't help but nod blankly. This is indeed the emperor's imperial jade seal. This edict also came from the inner palace. The dragon pattern on it can't be fake, but everything was clearly real. But why was the content so fake? With their understanding of Yalu Hongji, why would he give this kind of self-defeating edict? You don't need to think too much, this edict is real, I got it for brother Yalu. Song Qingshu put down the teacup and explained. You did it. The two were shocked to the point of numbness. Otherwise, do you think Yalu Hongji would give such an edict? Song Qingshu unhappily rolled his eyes at the two. Some things I can't say too clearly. I can only tell you that my power is greater than you can imagine. A mere appointment edict from Liao is nothing. Chapter 1614. Father-in-law, you can understand it that way. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He thought that the people of this world didn't have enough imagination. Right now, he could not only influence Liao's decisions to a certain extent, but all of Liao was under his control. Of course, he couldn't tell them such a confidential matter right now. Since they had their own understanding, then it was good to let them continue to misunderstand. Song Qingshu continued. So next, I want to ask Brother Yalu to return to Liao and take control of Liao's military power in the future. I may need Brother Yalu's help. After Yalu Isen's fall, while the Emperor and Empress were on the same side, Xiao Pity's family was already the most powerful in the court. Even with Su Quan's relationship, he couldn't completely trust him. Otherwise, another Yalu Isen would be cultivated. So in the end, after he discussed with Zhao Min and Su Quan, they decided to transfer Yalu Qi back to Liao to keep Xiao Pity in check. Whether it was age, experience, or intelligence, Yalu Qi was inferior to Xiao Pity. At that time, Yalu Qi would have to draw closer to the Emperor and Empress in order to gain a foothold. In this way, the political situation in Liao would truly stabilize. Yalu Qi suddenly couldn't help but ask, then when the time comes, who will I listen to? All the palaces have been deployed. This official position has always been held by the Emperor's confidants. Naturally, you will listen to the Emperor. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Yalu Qi looked at him thoughtfully. What if the Emperor orders me to do something that is not beneficial to the Golden Snake camp? Don't worry, the Emperor will not give such an order. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. Yalu Qi and his son were shocked. They looked at each other, shocked at the huge amount of information behind these words. But no matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that the current emperor was one of Song Qingshu's people. After all, I'm still young. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to deal with those old foxes in the court alone. Why don't you let my father go with you? Yalu Qi continued. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Yalu Chukai shook his head and said, It is because you are young that the Emperor dares to use you again. It is because you lack experience and qualifications that you can only rely on him. If I go back, the Emperor will be afraid, and we, father and son, will be in danger. Moreover, I am now dealing with the government affairs of the Golden Snake Camp. There are still a lot of things to deal with here, and I can't leave. Yelu Chukai looked at his son with deep meaning. There were some things that he couldn't say clearly. Chi-Er was still too inexperienced and couldn't see the intricacies behind it. If he could go back now, Song Qingshu wouldn't have just taken out one appointment letter, but two. Now that the relationship between us is not completely stable, how can Song Qingshu be at ease to let us leave together? What's more, how could there be no checks and balances when you were given such a powerful position? Yen-Er alone isn't enough. Obviously, he needs me and her to stay here as hostages, so that he can control you. Yelu Chukai had been in and out of politics for so many years, and had long mastered the rules of the game. Therefore, although he saw through everything, he didn't have the slightest disgust, but instead felt a trace of gratification. After all, with Yen-Er's marriage to Song Qingshu, his family had been completely tied to him. The stronger he was, the more brilliant his methods were, the brighter the future of the family would be. If he only had martial arts but no tactics, then he could only be a general who charged and broke through enemy lines, and it would be difficult for him to be a lord. Then the family would really be in danger. Song Qingshu looked at Yelu Chukai meaningfully, obviously guessing that Yelu Chukai understood his intention. That's right, we can't do without father-in-law, the prime minister. There are still many things that we need to trouble father-in-law with. It was pleasant to talk to smart people, otherwise, many things could easily hurt feelings. After telling the father and son about the matters of returning to Liao, he chatted for a while more, then got up to leave. When he returned to his room, Yelu Yen was no longer in bed. Song Qingshu asked the maid and found out that she went to the 9th princess's room after washing up, so he turned around and walked to Ajio's room. When he arrived at Ajio's room, he saw Yelu Yen serving tea to Ajio. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be speechless. Is this the rhythm of a bride serving tea to the first wife? Ajio also smiled bitterly. I already said that we sisters are very easygoing and don't need to do this, but little sister Yen-Er insisted on serving tea. Yelu Yen looked at Song Qingshu, and couldn't help but think of the scene of him playing with her legs last night. She couldn't help but blush. This is what my father told me to do. Song Qingshu and Ajio looked at each other, understanding that this was the gesture that Yelu Chukai wanted his daughter to make. On one hand, it was to show that she had no intention of competing with Ajio, and on the other hand, it was equivalent to a pledge of allegiance to Ajio. After drinking this cup of tea, the two sides could be considered to be on the same side. Since it's father-in-law's good intentions, then Ajio don't refuse. Song Qingshu knew that if Ajio didn't drink it, it would easily arouse the Yelu family's suspicions. Ajio clearly thought the same as him. He took the tea and took a sip. Thank you, little sister Yen-Er. Only then did Song Qingshu walk over and embrace the two women in his arms, one in each hand. Okay, from now on, we are a family. Our family doesn't have any rules, so Yen-Er, you don't have to be so nervous. Yes, big sister Ajio has always been very good to me, Yelu Yen said with a red face. Ajio pushed him away in annoyance. It's not good for people to see this in broad daylight. So what if they see it? We are husband and wife, and no one can stop us, Song Qingshu said proudly. Yelu Yen blinked her eyes and felt that her husband was a little unusual, but the girls on the grassland liked this kind of man who bravely expressed his love. Ajio was deeply influenced by Confucian education. Although they had been together for so long, he still couldn't stand his boldness. He blushed and spat. Nonsense again. Stop it, the Southern Song's envoy is here. Southern Song's envoy? Song Qingshu frowned. He didn't need to ask to know why the Southern Song's envoy came. It was nothing more than to urge the Golden Snake Camp to send troops to attack the Jin Kingdom with the Southern Song dynasty. The most difficult thing was that the two sides were now allies, and they had promised to send troops together, so it was difficult to refuse. In fact, the Southern Song dynasty has already sent several waves of envoys, and I have used various methods to send them away. This time, another envoy came. Obviously, the Southern Song dynasty is a little impatient. Agio also looked like he had a headache. Oh, by the way, this envoy heard that you are back and insisted on seeing you, saying that he is your acquaintance. My acquaintance? Song Qingshu was stunned and curious about who it was. Then tell him to come to the study, I'll go there right away. Yelu Yen hesitated and said, then I'll go back first. Hearing her timid words, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing and grabbed her hand. You are my woman now, what is there to avoid? Let's go together. Chapter 1615. When Song Qingshu and his entourage arrived at the study, they discovered that a man was pacing back and forth, clearly very anxious. Hearing the commotion, he turned his head and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He quickly walked over and said, Brother Song, no, I should call you Prince Qi. Song Qingshu also recognized the other person. It was Lu Guanying. He could not help but smile and said, Brother Lu, please sit. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked around. That shy young woman, Qing Yaojia, did not seem to be present. Lu Guanying seemed to have guessed his thoughts. He explained, this time, I am on a mission. It is not convenient to bring Miss Yaojia along. He felt embarrassed when he said this. After all, Miss Qing was his wife. This was not a big deal. If not for his current crippled body and the great kindness he had received from Song Qingshu, no man would be able to accept such a thing. Therefore, he was currently fully focused on his official career. He hoped that he could bestow his wife a child and bring glory to his family. However, he still lacked an heir. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat depressed. He had carried out this plan for so long, but his wife's belly had not moved at all. Sometimes, he even suspected that Song Qingshu, in order to maintain this long-term relationship with his wife, had deliberately not allowed her to become pregnant. But now, the other party was like the sun at high noon. Regardless of status or ability, the difference was too great. He did not dare to urge the other party. Hearing Lu Guanying's words, Song Qingshu's face heated up. He hastily changed the topic and asked, Brother Lu, why have you come to Golden Snake Camp as an envoy? Agio and Yelu Yen were originally somewhat curious about Lu Guanying's sudden mention of Qing Yaojia. Now that they were talking about business, they hastily gathered their thoughts and sat down beside Song Qingshu. However, Yelu Yen hesitated for a moment. In the end, she did not sit with Agio and instead stood beside him. Lu Guanying hastily saluted the two women and said, Greetings to the 9th princess. Greetings to Miss Yelu. He naturally knew that Song Qingshu had married Yelu Yen yesterday. At the same time, he was secretly amazed at the appearance of the two women. One was elegant and refined, the other tall and slender. Song Qingshu truly enjoyed all the blessings of the world. His wife's appearance was inferior to the 9th princess's and her figure was inferior to Yelu Yan's. Lu Guanying did not know why Song Qingshu kept thinking about her. However, if Song Qingshu stopped thinking about it, Lu Guanying would become anxious instead. It was because of the relationship between his wife and the other party that he was able to get close to this thick thigh. Even Han Xingzhou saw him in a new light. From a Jianghu person, he gradually became a core member of the court. Of course, this was largely due to his illness. Otherwise, as a man, it would be very difficult for him to make such a decision. Agio and Yelu Yen hastily returned the greeting. Only then did Lu Guanying turn to Song Qingshu and say with a bitter smile, The Prince of Qi should know why I have come. Lu Guanying smiled wryly at Song Qingshu and said, "Does Brother Lu want to see the scenery of the north?" Lu Guanying was speechless. Seeing that he did not respond, he could only say, "Prince Qi must be joking. This time, Minister Han sent me to ask about the Golden Snake Camp. In the past, the envoys had returned empty-handed. This time, Han Xingzhou had specially sent him here because he could see that he had a good relationship with Song Qingshu. If he returned empty-handed this time, his position in Han Xingzhou's heart would probably plummet in the future." "Oh!" Song Qingshu showed a meaningful expression but did not express his opinion. Lu Guanying gritted his teeth and continued, "Originally, the Great Song, Northern Liao, and Golden Snake Camp had agreed to attack the Jin together. But not long ago, the envoy sent to Liao was killed. Shui Yi's men of the Imperial City Department came to Shangjing and stirred up trouble. They kidnapped the Liao ministers and wreaked havoc in Liao's prison, killing many Liao soldiers. Now, the Liao Emperor is furious and refuses to cooperate with us." "Oh really? Isn't Shui Yi's men from the Song Kingdom?" "Why?" Song Qingshu asked deliberately. In fact, he knew more than anyone else about Liao's affairs. Lu Guanying was so angry that he hit the table and said bitterly, "It's all because of Jia Sherdao. Shui Yi's men are from the Shui family, and the Shui family has always been in cahoots with the Jia family. Jia Sherdao doesn't want to see Minister Han succeed in the northern expedition and increase his prestige, so he deliberately sent people to sabotage the northern expedition and hinder Minister Han." Song Qingshu said playfully, "Doesn't your emperor care?" Lu Guanying smiled bitterly and said, "The power of the imperial court is extremely complicated. It's a long-standing tradition for all forces to hinder each other. How can the emperor care? What's more, there's no evidence that Jia Sherdao ordered this. The most he can do is punish Shui Yi's men. However, with Jia Sherdao and the Shui family backing him up, the punishment for Shui Yi's men will most likely not be painful." Song Qingshu opened his mouth and said, "Brother Lu, I've more or less guessed why you're here, but our Golden Snake Battalion has a lot of headaches right now. Previously, the Liao nation was in chaos, Yalu Chukai and Xiao Ban He's families defected, and the Golden Snake Battalion took them in, offending the Liao nation. Now we've taken in the southern courtyards King Xiao Feng. I heard that Yelu Hongji is furious, and he's planning to send troops to settle accounts with us." Lu Guanying said confusedly, "But I heard that some powerful officials in Liao have rebelled recently, and they've just been pacified. Now that Liao is unstable, I'm afraid Yelu Hongji doesn't have the energy to send troops." Song Qingshu looked at him in surprise, thinking that now that Lu Guanying was in the center of the imperial court, his vision was indeed different from before, and it would be difficult to fool him. Clearing his throat, Song Qingshu continued, "The threat of Liao is only one of the problems. The more troublesome ones are the internal problems. Brother Lu, you should know the situation of the Golden Snake Camp in the past. We've risen too fast in the past 2 years, and it's inevitable that our foundation is unstable. Many of the rebel forces that used to be on equal footing with the Golden Snake Camp have long been dissatisfied. In addition, most of the territories under our command were taken from the Qin Kingdom, and many of the remaining officials and gentry of the Qin Kingdom are still in many counties. They also have many regimental troops. Recently, we've received news that the separatist rebel forces have colluded with the remaining armed forces of the Qin Kingdom. Now, Wulyan Mountain Rizhao and many places in Huaibei are their territories, and they're preparing to defeat us and replace us." In fact, Lu Guanying knew a thing or two about the internal instability of the Golden Snake Camp. With King Qi's current prestige and ability, these people are nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even without him personally taking action, they will collapse. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Lu, you've been with Minister Han for so long, and you're getting better at flattering people. If I were that amazing, I wouldn't have such a headache. Hearing Lu Guaniying's joking tone, Lu Guaniying couldn't help but laugh. This is the truth. On the contrary, it's Minister Han who is giving me a headache. Right now, everything is not going well, and the matter of the northern expedition has become too big. It can be said that the arrow on the bowstring has no choice but to be released. Right now, Minister Han is under pressure from all sides. Even if he isn't ready, he must send troops as soon as possible. Therefore, if King Qi doesn't send troops to help, Minister Han really won't have the chance. At this point, Song Qingshu really couldn't refuse. After all, he had a certain friendship with Han Xingzhou. To a certain extent, others also regarded him as a member of Han Xingzhou's faction. This time, since Brother Lu has come personally, I won't refuse to give you face. How about this? I'll let you know that I will quickly settle the resistance at 5 Lotus Mountain, and then cooperate with Minister Han to send troops. That's good. Lu Guaniying was overjoyed. Although the other party didn't promise to immediately send troops, the official northern expedition wouldn't start in a day or two. In the early stages, small groups of troops were needed to be sent to test the waters. By the time the official northern expedition began, the Golden Snake Camp should have already pacified the interior. At that time, they could launch a pincer attack from both sides. Chapter 16:16. After discussing the matter of dispatching troops, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Brother Lu, it was not easy for you to come here. In a moment, I will hold a welcoming dinner for you and have a good drink." Lu Guaniying hastily stood up and waved his hand, saying, "No, no. I am in a hurry to return and report to Minister Han. He has been anxiously awaiting news from this side. I cannot delay. I hope the Prince of Qi will forgive me." Worried that such a refusal would offend the other party, he hastily added, "In the future, when the Prince of Qi comes to Jiangnan, I will definitely bring my wife to apologize and properly entertain the Prince of Qi." He was worried that his status was not high enough and deliberately brought up his wife Qing Yaojia's name. How could Song Qingshu not understand the meaning behind his words? He thought to himself, properly entertain? What kind of hospitality? Thinking of Qing Yaojia's bashful panting, he could not help but feel his heart warm up. I have sinned, I have sinned." Song Qingshu hastily gathered his thoughts. "Since Brother Lu has official business to attend to, I will not force you to stay. Come, select some good horses and prepare travel expenses as well as specialties from the north." Lu Guaniying declined several times but ultimately could not accept his hospitality. He could only accept the gifts and take his leave. Song Qingshu deliberately saw him out to show his closeness. Before parting, he said, "Brother Lu, remember to send my regards to Minister Han." Of course, of course." Lu Guaniying hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. In fact, the Prince of Qi's agreement to dispatch troops is the greatest greeting to Minister Han. Song Qingshu smiled slightly but did not explain that his so-called dispatch of troops was only for show. The Jin kingdom was now his property. How could he allow his own people to fight his own people? After seeing Lu Guaniying off, Song Qingshu asked Audiobook, "Is the situation at Mount Wulyan serious?" Audiobook replied, "At present it does not seem to be serious. However, Mount Wulyan controls the strategic roads from north to south. Once they are fully fledged, whether they move north or south, they will easily destabilize our heartland." Shandong was divided into 2 parts by the Tai mountain range, which ran from the northwest to the southeast. To the north was the old land of the state of Qi, while to the south was the old land of the state of Lu. During the spring and autumn period, the state of Qi and state of Lu surrounded the Tai mountain range for hundreds of years. However, other than the state of Qi and state of Lu that everyone was familiar with, there was another country in Shandong, and that was the state of Ju. The Tai mountain range did not extend all the way to the sea. It was still a distance away from the sea when it turned southwest to form Mount Yimring. Thus, a valley was formed between it and the coastal Mount Wulyan. The foot of Mount Yimring and Mount Wulyan formed two rivers, the Yi River and the Mu River. Thus, this valley was also called the Imu River Valley. This valley was not considered narrow, and there was enough land in the middle to support the population. That was why this place used to be the territory of the Jew kingdom. This was because this valley was connected to the northern Lu Plains and the Donglai Hills. It could be said that it was a land that all armies fought over. After the Jew kingdom was destroyed, the Qi and Chu kingdoms had been at loggerheads around this valley. The eastern section of the Qi Great Wall was built at the northern exit of this valley. That was why Audiobook was worried that once those separatist powers took advantage of the Golden Snake Camp's emptiness, whether it was following the Imu River Valley north to the northern Lu Plains or south to the Jianghuai lands, it would shake the foundations of the Golden Snake Camp. It was not that the idea of encircling and suppressing them had never occurred to them. However, once the army advanced, those separatist powers would scatter and hide in Mount Wulyan and Mount Yimring. They were simply powerless to act. After listening to Audiobook's report, Song Qingshu nodded. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. They must not be allowed to grow. They must be nipped in the bud. It just so happens that I have brought Xiao Feng back this time. Let him lead the troops to deal with those separatist powers. With his reputation, he should be able to break the enemy's fighting spirit to the greatest extent. However, pay attention to appeasement as the main focus and encirclement and suppression as a support. Audiobook hesitated. Let Brother Xiao lead the troops alone? Because of Yelu Yan's presence, she could not say it directly. If Xiao Feng were to lead the troops directly, it would be easy for him to grow. At present, the relationship between the two parties was not obvious. This kind of arrangement was not suitable. Brother Xiao has just arrived. If we rashly let him lead the troops, it may cause some of the old members of the Golden Snake Camp to be dissatisfied. So when the time comes, we will send another general to go with him. Song Qingshu had already thought of the appropriate arrangements. Audiobook nodded. Are you going to leave again next? Saying this, intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Yelu Yan. He purposely brought it up in front of her just to let her hear it. As expected, when she heard that Song Qingshu was going to leave, Yelu Yan's expression changed slightly. Brother Song, where are you going? Song Qingshu explained. The southern Song dynasty is about to launch a northern expedition. Previously, we had reached an agreement with their court. We have no choice but to send troops to cooperate. However, soldiers are also weapons. We have to be cautious. So I need to go to the front line in advance to investigate. The reason why he wanted to send troops was firstly because of the previous exchange of interests with the southern Song dynasty. Secondly, he wanted to not lose the hearts of the Han people. After all these years, the foreign tribes were strong. The Han people were looking forward to the rise of the Han dynasty. Naturally, the Ming dynasty had been destroyed. Naturally, the only one left was the southern Song dynasty. Therefore, the Han people in the world had high hopes for the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition. If Song Qingshu went back on his word and effected the northern expedition, it would be a great crime. Brother Song, let me go with you. Yelu Yan blurted out. They had just gotten married. How could she bear to part so quickly? Song Qingshu shook his head. This trip will be full of danger. It will be too inconvenient for you to go. Moreover, I can come and go freely by myself. If you go, I will have to divert my attention to take care of you. At that time, my efficiency will be greatly reduced. Audiobook also comforted her. Sister Yen, if you want to help Brother Song, there are many ways. Didn't I tell you before? We have to help him deal with a lot of government affairs. I am short of manpower here, so I need you to stay here to help me. Yelu Yan also knew that she would be a burden to her husband if she went, so she had to nod. Okay then. Her tone was full of grievance. Song Qingshu smiled and took her hand. I'm not leaving immediately. No matter what, I have to stay here for a few days. I can accompany you. Yelu Yan's face instantly turned red. She hurriedly said, It's more important. Brother Song, you don't have to worry about me like this. I'm fine. Ju also couldn't help laughing. Sister Yen is really considerate. In the following period of time, Song Qingshu met the middle and high-level confidants of the Golden Snake Camp during the day. He was away all year round, so he needed to get close to these people. At night, he accompanied his new wife Yelu Yen to make up for the fact that they had to be separated right after they got married. Yelu Yen didn't know whether it was because she was instructed by her father or something else, but after a day or two, she pushed Song Qingshu to Aju's place to show that she didn't want to spoil him, which made Aju very embarrassed. As a result, the two women pushed each other. Song Qingshu courageously suggested that they should just go together, but the result was obvious. He was mercilessly rejected and criticized by the two women. Just like that, a few days passed. Before leaving, Song Qingshu specially looked for Zi and told her, Be careful with your words and actions. Don't reveal any flaws. If there is any situation, contact me by pigeon. Aju will arrange a special channel for you. Finally, pay attention to protect yourself. Master, are you afraid that I will be taken advantage of? Zi blinked her eyes and asked with a smile. Song Qingshu said impatiently, Brother Xiao is a gentleman. He won't take the initiative to do anything to you. He's just reminding you just in case. If I'm accidentally taken advantage of, will you abandon me, Master? Zi asked curiously. Song Qingshu lightly glanced at her. What do you think? Zi's heart trembled, but she quickly smiled and said, If that really happens, I'll keep pretending and compensate my sister to Master. Isn't this the custom of some tribes in the prairie? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.